Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Came Back for Revenge Killing and Fell in Love with Ingvild Leviathan Part 1. Before we start, please go support EduardoKenpis for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei is an abused child, and when he gets bored of him he throws him into a dangerous place where the child Issei becomes a cold and cruel person to his enemies. But only one person will change his attitude. Want to know what happens? Chapter 1. The Beginning of a New Life. My name is Issei Haidu. No, Haidu is no longer my last name. They took it from me of my stupid family because of the two demons. They are Rias Gremry, and Sona Citri was the one who started mistreating me at the age of 5, just because I do not have a sacred gear. The only one I had was my stupid sister Minako Hayato, making the current Security. That's how it was. They mistreated me days, nights, weeks until they got tired of me. The two demons were the ones who gave me the idea of throwing me into a dimension. It is a horrible place, where there are only monsters and totally dark mind. When they threw me there I was filled with desires to kill him, and I realized that the same darkness was consuming me, which I let myself sink into the darkness. That is how the boy Haida died and was born alone. Issei, a blonde and cold boy, was cruel and merciless. They never gave mercy to my enemies. I always killed them cruelly, which to the monster that was there in that dimension respected me as the strongest and most powerful being in that dimension, so I made the decision to leave that dimension. 12 years later. On a night far from the city, a crack appears where a boy of 1.62 meters in height comes out and walks towards the city, but on his way he finds two men with a briefcase of money. Human, ha 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 ha, we are already rich, he said proudly. Human too, yes, he said with a proud smile. Human sees a blonde approaching him. Look, it seems he lost his mommy, he said mockingly while taking out his gun. Human too, how about we let him run, he said with a smile while preparing his gun. Issei. He just stared, and with a quick movement he pierced his chest with his hand, and in his hand he held the human's heart. Human too, damn you, how dare you, he said angrily as he shot, but the shot was stopped by the blonde's hand. Issei. That's all, he said seriously and cold. Human too, it's a monster, he said in fear as he tried to run away. Issei. It's useless, Hellblaze, he said seriously while throwing a purple fire at the human. Human too, a burn, help me, scream of pain as he turned to dust. Issei grabs the briefcase where the money was and leaves to buy a house. Once the blonde bought the house he decided to go to sleep because tomorrow there were many things to do. Just ignore the car. Once it was already dawn, the blonde got up to make his food and left his house while he went to buy clothes, but before going to buy clothes he decided to enter a school. What do you want, young man? He said kindly. Issei, you are a teacher, he said seriously. Teacher, yes, of course, he said a little nervous about the boy's attitude. Issei, I want to enroll in that school, he said seriously. Teacher, sure, follow me. I'll take you to the student council president, he said calmly. Issei. He didn't say anything and followed him. After a few minutes the teacher took her to the front of the room where the student council president was, and she knocked on the door, and was greeted by a serious girl with long black hair. Yes, you want it, Professor, he said calmly while his voice sounded cold. Teacher, I just brought that boy who wants to enroll in this school, he said while showing the boy. If it's okay, come in, he said seriously while he moved to the side for the boy to pass, but the moment the boy passed, the girl felt chills. Well, I heard that you want to enroll in this school, said a serious girl with short black hair. Issei, yes, that's right, he said calmly while his voice sounded cold. Just ignore the brand. Tell me what your name is, she said seriously while filling out her paper. Issei, and why do I have to give my name if you haven't given me yours, he said seriously. It's true, forgive my modeling, my name is Saunashir Torai, I'm the president and the one next to me is Shinra Tsubaki, and yours, she said seriously and calmly. Issei, just call me Issei, Sona Citri, he said seriously. Sanya, she was surprised because the blonde said it with his real name, and the same name of the child who mistreated him. Can you tell me how you know my name? She said seriously while getting up from the chair, but inside she felt nervous. Issei, it's been years since you forgot about me, he said seriously in a cold voice. Sona, well yes, but how could you get out? She said nervously. Issei, well, are you going to sign me up or what? He said seriously. Sona, if you, hands her the paper that she filled out, tell me why you don't go to his family since they are worried, she said nervously. Issei, call again, they are my family, I will not hesitate to kill you, your family and entourage, he said seriously with a cold voice, and the mark activated. Sona and Tsubaki couldn't say anything because they felt chills and fear because of the presence that was covering their body and more about that mark that they have in front. Issei, that's all, so I'm leaving, he said as he heads towards the door. By the way, don't even think about telling that hitch from Gremory and that stupid family, he said seriously. Sona, it's okay, I won't tell him anything, she said with fear while a little tear came out of her eyes since he was threatening her. The blonde left the club while heading home. Tsubaki, Kaisho, you will tell Rias, she said with fear. Sona, no, I won't tell him since he wasn't playing, she said scared. We'll take everything that happened today as if nothing happened, she said scared while her queen nodded. Tsubaki, that's all, you can leave, she said while sitting down. Tsubaki, okay, see you tomorrow Kaikohu, he said as he left. Sona, I can't believe you're still living, Issei, she said, unable to believe it. As the blonde headed home to start a new life. Chapter 2, The Problems Begin. In the city Kadon. Once the boy gets out of bed to go to breakfast and get ready to go to school. Issei, I feel like it's going to be a very annoying day, he said in his mind. Once he arrived at the entrance of the school, many students stared at the blonde as he entered. Student, look, that boy looks scary, she said in a whisper. Students, he better not come to take our girls away from us, he said in a whisper. Things that the blonde did not care about, and decided to go to his living room and touch. Teacher, what do you want, young man? He said calmly. Issei, I'm the new student, he said a little seriously while handing over the paper, making the teacher feel a little nervous about the blonde's attitude. Teacher, it's okay, just wait for me, he said as he entered the classroom. Hi guys, today a new classmate will arrive in this classroom, he said calmly as he watched his students screaming like crazy. Students, let her be a pretty girl, he said happily while his other male classmates nodded. Female students, let him be a cute boy like Kiba-senpai, she said happily while the other ladies nodded. Teacher, hey hi, he calmed down, can you come in, young man? He said calmly after silencing his students. Issei enters and stands in front of them seriously. Teacher, what is your name, young man? While he grabbed his notebook to write down his name. Issei, just call me Issei, he said calmly while his voice seemed somewhat cold and serious. Just ignore the brand. Teacher, well, does anyone have a question for their new classmate? He said calmly as he watched one of his students ask. Student, why did you have to come, you damn woman stealer? He said angrily while the other girls looked on angrily. Issei, I don't have to answer that stupid question, he said seriously, making all the men feel chills down their spine. Student, you have a girlfriend, she said happily. Issei, I answer the same, he said seriously while closing his eyes and making him shiver a little. The whole room was silent because the blonde was not a normal person. But what he didn't realize was that his ex-sister was right there in the room. Minako, because I feel like I know him, and because he has the same name as my brother, you don't know how much I regret doing those things, she said sadly in her mind. Recess. Student, have you seen that new boy? His eyes are scary and he looks like an endless darkness, she said in a whisper. Student 2, you're right. And I also wonder if something happened to him in the past to make him feel so cold, she said in a whisper. The whole school started whispering about the blonde's behavior, while he didn't care about anything after passing the classes until the time of dismissal. Occult Research Club. A clan was seen talking about the topic of the contract until they were interrupted by another clan. Sona, what are you doing here? She said surprised. Sona, Rias, I have come to introduce myself to my new entourage, she said with a smile. Rias, I see, then I will introduce her first. She is my Bishop Asia Argento, she said while pointing at the blonde. Asia, nice to meet you, she said nervously. Sona, you don't have to be nervous, she said calmly. Rias, and she is Minako Hayata, my pawn, she said happily. Sona, no, you already became part of his entourage, she said surprised. Rias, no, I hadn't converted it before until now, she said calmly. Sona, well, let me introduce mine. He is Saji Genshuro, my pawn, she said calmly while showing the blonde. Saji, nice to meet you, he said calmly. While the other groups began to talk for a while to get along, while laughing she notices her friend making her call the attention of the others. Rias, Sona, something bad is wrong with you, she said curiously. Sona, and nothing bad is happening, she said with a forced smile, although inside she is nervous. Tsubaki, so don't try to say it, Kaicho, she said in her mind while looking at her nervous king. Mina, now I have someone suspicious, Bucho, she said with a little uneasiness. Rias, who is it about? She said curiously. Sona, shit, I think he's going to say it about him, she said nervously. Mina, a few hours ago a boy named Issei just arrived, and he didn't say his last name. His face seems familiar to me, she said while thinking, maybe he's my brother, she said happily. Akeno, now you had a brother, she said with a smile. Rias, Issei, she said surprised, and her gaze changes to Sona. Tell me, Sona, why didn't you tell me about that person, she said with little seriousness. Sona, I really don't want to talk about that subject, she said nervously. Well, if I have nothing else to do I'll leave, she said calmly and seriously as she leaves. While laughing, she saw him leaving and decided to talk to his tower to give her a job. Rias, Kaneko, I want you to do me a favor, she said calmly while looking at a white-haired girl. I want you to watch over that boy named Issei, she said happily. Kaneko, yes, Bucho, she said while standing up. While that was happening between the two clans, the blonde was just on his way home until that happened. Stray Demon 1, look, we already have food, he said hungrily. Stray Demon 2, how about we let him go and play hide and seek, he said arrogantly. Issei, go away if you don't want to die, he said seriously and cold. Stray Demon, hey, did you hear what that brat said? He said with a smile as he looked at his friend. Stray Demon 2, yes, then I'll kill him, he said arrogantly while his friend nodded. Issei, I told you to stop bothering me, he said seriously as he summoned his long sword and gave a vertical cut to a demon, while the other demon saw his friend being split in half. Demon 2, you are a bastard, he screamed as he was going to attack, but he couldn't attack anymore because the blonde split him in half horizontally, causing the demon to fall with his face full of terror. Kaneko, she was in a state of fear because the boy her master sent her to watch killed the demons calmly, and also killed him cruelly. After killing those demons, the blonde realizes that someone was spying on him from behind, and in a second he disappears and the girl was scared, but then she felt a chill behind her. Issei, can you tell me why you were following me, girl? He said seriously with a serious voice. Kaneko, with a slow movement she turns around to see who is behind her, and sees the boy she was following. But she was horrified to see his eyes full of darkness and his forehead with the mark. Issei, tell me the reason why you are following me, he said seriously with a cold voice. Kaneko, I was just following the order that I was given, she said with so much fear. Issei, who ordered you? He said seriously and cold. Kaneko, laughed Remry, she said with fear. Issei, I'll let you go, but if you follow me again I'll kill you the same way or worse than those demons, he said seriously and coldly as he retreated but stopped. Also tell that Gremry that it better not be sending anyone or I'll kill him, he said seriously while on his back he created wings with his dark power to fly away. While the girl could not move out of fear until after a few minutes and heads to her club. Occult Research Club. Once arriving, all her club mates were scared by the look of their partner. Rias, tell me, Kaneko, what happened, she said, scared by the state of her tower. Kaneko, he told me that if I followed him again he would kill me cruelly, and you say that if he sends others they will also die cruelly, she said with fear as her tears began to come out. Mina, no, I don't think he's my brother, he wouldn't be like that. she said with fear. Rias, calm down, we still don't have enough proof to know if he's your brother or not, she said with a little seriousness. With Issei. The blonde was seen arriving at his house and goes to Kadina for dinner. Once he finishes dinner, he goes to his room. Issei, that Gremry will probably be looking for me tomorrow. Ah, what a pain. I wonder what that old man, the Governor of Darkness, is doing, he said in his mind as he closed his eyes so that sleep could invade him. Chapter 3, Meeting a Weird Girl. Waking up. Once the blonde got out of bed and decided to go to breakfast and get ready to go to the academy. Issei, those in the classroom will no longer be annoying, but I feel like two groups of people will be bothering me, he said in his thoughts as he headed to his school. Everything went well until it was time to leave, while everyone was collecting their things and then making a scene. Girls, Kaya Kiba-kun, she said with all excitement. Kiba, haha, if you give me permission I want to talk to Issei, he said with a smile. Hello Issei, he said calmly while showing a smile. Issei, what do you want? He said seriously. Kiba, my CIO president wants to talk to you, he said calmly. Issei, I'm not interested in you, so get out, he said seriously and coldly, making Kiba feel a chill down his spine. Kiba, if I understand, I will leave with permission, said Tranilo as he left. Issei, that stupid grammar, and he said angrily in his mind. Research club. He sees a blonde guy coming in and realizes that everyone from his club was there, as well as the president and vice president of the student council. Rias, well, Yudo, where is Issei? She said calmly. Kiba, he didn't want to come, he said he wasn't interested at all, he said calmly. Sona, tell me, laugh, why do you want to talk to him? She said a little seriously. Rias, I just want to see if he is someone we can trust or if we will have to kill him because he could be a threat, she said seriously. Sona, don't even try it, laugh, she said seriously, making everyone look surprised except one who is her queen. Rias, what do you mean, Sona? She said curiously. Sona, I also realized that he is Issei, whom we met as children, and is Minako's brother, she said seriously, while the others who did not know about him were surprised. But he is not the same as before, she said seriously. Rias, what do you mean? It's not the same as before? She said seriously, although inside she felt nervous. Tobaki, Kaisho only told him about his father, and he got upset, causing me to expel an energy almost equal to that of a high-class demon, he said seriously. Sona, Tsubaki is right, she said seriously, she even threatened me that she was going to kill my family, she said seriously, while the others are surprised, but then they see Minako leaving the club. Rias, hey Mina, Don, he couldn't finish his sentence because Mina left the club. The brunette left the club and decided to look for her brother, but luckily there were no more students, and she only saw Issei walking calmly. Mina, hey Issei, wait, she said, running towards him, but she didn't know that everyone who was in the club also went out to follow Mina. Rias, hey girl, don't come near him, she said seriously, while inside she felt nervous about how he would react. Mina, tell me, are you really your brother? Please look at me, she said sadly. Issei, what do you want, Hayadu? He said seriously without turning around. Mina, yes, it's you, Issei. I just wanted to ask for your forgiveness, and we can be a family again and make friends again like before, she said sadly. Rias, and if you forgive me too, then I'll let you into my entourage so that you can forgive me, she said happily. Sona, no, he won't come into mine so you'll forgive me, she said seriously, while everyone who was listening was surprised. Issei, stop bothering me, he said seriously and coldly, and while he turns around and shows his face with a mark, making everyone shiver. Mina, what happened to you? She said with fear. Issei, you want to know, let me tell you that the person he considers as a brother died since that day you threw him into that dimension, he said seriously and cold. Rias, and then how is it that you are still alive? She said with a little fear because of that face and more the mark. Issei, if you were wondering how I got out of that place, well, I let the same darkness consume me, and that's how I got that power, he said seriously, while the mark changes its shape and thus lets out a little of its power and its killer instinct. Everyone began to fear his power, since with that power it is easy to fight against the Maos, and the three girls felt the killer instinct that came out of Issei. Issei, if you keep bothering me, I won't hesitate to kill all of you along with your families, he said seriously and coldly, and turns around while creating wings with dark matter and flies away. Sona, there is no doubt that he let himself be consumed by the darkness, she said with fear. Rias, with fear and just staring at Issei flying until he disappeared from sight. Once the two clans decided to go to their clubs since they had contract jobs, and meanwhile Issei was still flying since he wanted to go to the mountain for something. Issei, yes, that is the place where I felt a demonic power like a middle-class demon, he said as he went down and walked for a while until he found a cave, but when he got closer he saw that something broke. I see that not even with my presence it was possible to withstand that protective barrier, he said seriously as he walked further until he found a door, and without delay he entered and saw that it was a room. He also saw that there was a bed, and he approached and saw the shape of a woman. What is that girl doing here? Hey, get up, he said seriously as he moved the bed, but when he tried to wake up he saw that a strange energy emanated from it, since he felt that it was a demon, but it had another strange presence, and he saw that the girl was moving. Showing the sign of awakening. Issei, get up, he said, kicking the bed. He finally woke up and got up and saw Issei, but with a bad thought he shouted, Kaya plas plas. He gave him a tremendous beating on the head and a slap, making the blonde fall. Note: imagine Elizabeth slapping Ingvild while she is sitting on the bed. Issei, Ichui, what's wrong? He said, annoyed while getting up. Who are you? He said with a little fear. Issei, my name is Issei, and you? He said unseriously. Ingvild Leviathan, he said somewhat calmly. Issei, tell me, what are you doing in that place? He said with little seriousness. Ingvild, an old friend helped me seal myself here because I have a disease that makes me sleepy, he said with some sadness. Issei, and where is it? He said not seriously. Ingvild, I don't know, she said sadly. Issei, well, I'm leaving, he said as he leaves, but is stopped by her. Ingvild, I can stay at your house, she said with little shame. Issei, ha ha ha, okay, come follow me, he said a little seriously while the girl smiled. Ingvild, hi, she said happily. Once the blonde decided that the girl should stay at his house since she had no one to stay with. Once the blonde arrived, he decided to show her the bathroom so they could bathe. Issei, here I leave you one of my shirts since you don't have any clothes and your clothes are wet, he said not seriously while leaving the clothes in the bathroom. Ingvild, yes thanks Issei-san, he said happily. Once the bathroom girl decided to show him her room, which is on the other side of the blonde's room. Each one went to their room to sleep and wait for a new day. Chapter 4, Starting a New Friendship Part 1. Dawn. Issei's house. Issei's room. A person who just got up to go make breakfast while on his way decided to go see the strange girl. When he opens the door he sees that she is still sleeping. Without disturbing him, he decided to let her sleep a little longer and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Note: ignore the brand. Ingvild's room. The girl began to give signs that she was going to wake up as she heard a light knock on the door. When the girl woke up, she was confused about where she was. After a few minutes she remembered the boy who let her sleep. She got up and put on the same clothes she had on and went to comb her hair, but when she was combing her hair, she smelled delicious and tasty. Ingvild, smelling the smell of the food, that smells so good, I'm craving it, she said calmly as she started to drool a little. But what am I thinking? I'd better get down, I'm sure he must be waiting, she said nervously as she left the room. The girl went down and saw the blonde arranging 2 plates to serve. Ingvild, good morning Issei-san, she said calmly as she sat down. Issei, good morning Ingvild, he said while serving 2 fried eggs and 3 bacon for lunch. Ingvild, by the way, sorry about the blow yesterday, she said nervously. Issei, that doesn't matter anymore, eat, he said not seriously while giving him the plate. Ingvild, while tasting the food, how delicious, it's the first time I've tried a meal like that, she said calmly while eating more. Issei, you haven't eaten anything similar, he said not seriously while eating. Ingvild, no, she said a little sadly. Issei, I can know the reason, he said calmly and not seriously. Ingvild, my stepparents didn't feed me well because they found out that I'm actually a demon, and a friend of mine helped me get out of that situation, he said sadly. Issei stares at him and an unwanted memory comes to him. Memory of Issei. He was in a dark place, and suddenly he opens the door, and light enters, causing the brown-haired boy to cover his eyes. Here is your food, dog, he said with hatred while throwing the metal plate to the ground, causing the food to fall to the ground. You better eat that or else I won't feed you anymore, he said with hatred while walking away and closing the door until the room goes dark. He just approached the food but realized it was beans and hard bread and began to force-feed the bread. End of memory. Ingvild, Issei-san said calmly. Issei, yes, he said calmly and a little seriously. Ingvild, I'm going to wash dishes, he said calmly while picking up the dishes. Issei, I don't know what to do today, he said calmly and not seriously as he watched the girl entering the kitchen. Ingvild, what if we go out to get to know each other better, she said while washing. Issei, well, sure, let me help you. You go put away the dishes, he said as he approached the sink to wash the dishes. Ingvild, yes, she said while grabbing the plates and turning them over, causing water to fall, and without realizing it she slipped. Kaya plao, oh that hurt. Sorry I broke your plates, she said in pain on the floor. Issei, yes sai, I'll go get the broom and mop, he said as he left. So the blonde boy cleaned the water and swept up the broken pieces, and they got ready to go out and began to get to know each other. First he decided to go to the zoo since the girl wanted to go see the animals and was beginning to enjoy herself, and the blonde boy sat down while the girl went to pet the elephants. Issei. He looks at the girl he is caressing and then starts laughing as the elephant took the bag of peanuts from Ingvild and stood up to go to her. Ingvild, why are you taking my peanuts? He said with his cheeks a little puffed out. Issei, do you want me to buy an ice cream? He said a little seriously. Ingvild, yes please, she said happily. Let's go, she said while pulling. Issei, what is that heat? Why do I feel it when she is holding my hand? What could it be? It's like I have a butterfly in my stomach, he said in his mind while looking at the hand where she is holding it, and that's how Ingvild took it to the ice cream. Once the two of them bought the ice creams, they continued enjoying the zoo until it was too late, and they decided to leave the zoo and go to the park. Ingvild, I had a lot of fun. Thanks for everything, Issei-san, she said happily while carrying a tiger-stuffed animal in her arms. Issei, if you were excited the whole time, he said a little seriously. Ingvild, I've never enjoyed it like this, she said a little sad. Issei, tell me why you don't tell me what your stepfather was like, he said not seriously as he sat on a park bench. It's almost dark and there were hardly any people. Ingvild, when I was 5 years old I lived near the sea or a beach with my parents. My father was a human and my mother was a demon. We were very happy until suspicious people came saying to join a group. My parents refused and since then they were chasing us. Then I was abandoned in an orphanage where I met my stepparents. My stepfather was a worker in a store and my stepmother took care of the house and I trying to get away from the holy things are those that hurt me. One day my stepfather told me to put a cross on myself but I refused so they forced me and that's where they realized I was a demon. From that day they treated me badly until I met my friend and he is the one who helped me get out of that nightmare and that's where I found out that I had a disease that causes sleep. That's why he decided to seal me until the day I met you, he said sadly while crying. Issei, I just watched as she cried, but at least you're having fun now. Besides, that boy who helped you wouldn't want to see you cry, he said a little seriously. Ingvild, if you're right and you're Issei, he said while wiping away tears. Issei, well, the truth is, a girl who was my sister met 3 girls but one of them was just a human and 2 of them were demons, so they told my father, saying that my sister had a sacred gear, so she began to mistreat me for days. Weeks or months until they got bored of me and threw me into a dimension, he said as he stood up and walked forward. That's why I have a great hatred for that family and those 3 girls. I have the desire to kill them and in that dimension I got that power to get revenge, he said seriously as he turned around and showed that mark. The girl, instead of being afraid of him, began to feel sad because her childhood was almost the same as her or worse. Once they finished telling their past they decided to return home. After walking they got home and had dinner until they decided to go to their room, but before entering their room the blonde spoke. Issei, you know Ingvild, I had fun too, he said a little seriously while showing a smile. See you tomorrow, Ingvild, he said as he said goodbye and entered the room. Note: ignore the brand and the fact that he is smiling. Ingvild blushes from the smile. Ah yes, see you tomorrow, Issei-san, she said as she watched the blonde entering her room. She also entered her room and walked to her bed, laying down. Because I feel that weird feeling, it's like I feel a butterfly. Wait, don't tell me that I'm in love with Issei-san. I don't believe it, but at the same time it makes me feel sad when I saw her face full of hate. Well, it doesn't matter, I will fight to get rid of that hate and become a good person, she said in her mind with great courage. Chapter 5, Starting a New Friendship Part 2. Dawn. At Hayata's house. A brunette was getting up, but before getting out of bed she stayed thinking. Mina, Issei, I know we mistreated you worse, but at least give us a chance to make a family again, she said sadly. It seems that he is thinking about him, Ibla, he said calmly. Mina, Drake, yes, I'm thinking how can I make them forgive us, and also how can I tell my parents that he is alive, she said sadly. Drake, they already know about the supernatural, and I think that if I created you, he said calmly. Mina, yes, I think they will believe me since after all they are also sorry, she said sadly. Well, I have to get off, she said while changing. Drake, good luck, Ibla, he said calmly. After Mina's talk with the Red Dragon, Mina arrived in front of where her parents and her friend who is living in her house are. Mina, good morning, she said while greeting. Dad, Mom, Asia, good morning, said while returning the greeting. Mom, something's wrong, honey, she said calmly while looking at her daughter with a sad face. Mina, Oto-san, Oka-san, I have something to say, she said calmly, but inside she felt nervous. Dad/Mom, tell us which ones, said curiously. Mina, he is alive, she said sadly. Dad, who is he, girl? He said calmly. Mina, Issei, he is alive, he is studying at the academy, she said sadly. Mom, he didn't create it, or maybe it's another person similar to him, she said without believing it, although her face showed sadness. Mina remained silent because her parents did not believe her, but she realized that he was also sorry. That's how everyone had breakfast, and he went to the club saying that he had work to do. Issei, how's I? The blonde got up from his bed and changed. He went to the girl's room. When he opened it, he was not down until he went downstairs when he heard a strange smell, and he went down to the kitchen and saw some plates with food, but that food was burnt. Issei, I see that lunch is not coming out, he said not seriously. Ingvild Kaya, she jumps a little, causing the food to fall a little off the plate. Issei-san, good morning, she said a little scared. What if I made a fried egg, she said as she brought the plate to the table and sat down. Issei, he didn't say anything and went to sit down, saw the half-burned egg and didn't say anything and decided to try it. Ingvild, tell me, Issei-san, how are you, she said anxiously waiting for his answer. Issei, it's very salty and burnt, he said not seriously, making the girl lower her head. Ingvild, I see, so you didn't like my food, she said sadly. Issei, come, I'll help you prepare some, he said not seriously as he went to the fridge. Where are the eggs? He said not seriously. Ingvild, well, I wasted my eggs because they all came out bad, she said with her head down. I'm sorry, I made him waste his things, she said with her head down as she was about to cry. Issei, haha. Ingvild, yes, she said happily. While Ingvild went for the bread, Issei decided to show him some toasted bread with jam and a glass of coffee with milk. They had a quiet breakfast while Issei remembered something. Issei, do you want to accompany me to buy at the Orera winery? He said not seriously. Ingvild, yes, I would love to come along, she said happily. They both got ready and went out to the Orera warehouse and went in to buy many things like eggs, fish, bread, dish soap, laundry soap and body soap, but they both didn't know that they were being watched by two people. Mina, I can't believe it, my brother is here buying, she said surprised. Something about that girl gives me a bad feeling, he said not seriously. Mina, what do you mean, Kaneko-chan? She said curiously. Kaneko, I feel a demonic presence in her, she said while pointing at the girl. Mina, you mean my brother is with a demon, she said surprised. We have to do something or else something bad will happen, she said while going towards them but was stopped. Kaneko, we have to inform Bucho, she said while taking Mina. Everything went as normal. Issei and Ingvild left with their things and went straight to their house and prepared their food. Of course, he was helping Ingvild to cook. Occult Club. Mina and Kaneko arrived at their club together with some things they asked for, but when Mina spoke, the atmosphere became tense. Mina, Bucho, today I saw my brother but he was with a girl, she said a little seriously. But Kaneko-chan told me that he was a demon, she said with little seriousness while her eyes were closed. Rias, a demon, it won't be a stray demon, she said seriously. Mina, I also told my parents that he was alive, but they didn't believe me, she said sadly. Rias, you tried to say that he was alive, she said surprised. Mina, yes, but they didn't believe me. They also regretted it, but they also accepted that my brother is dead, she said sadly. The entire club was confused since they didn't know anything about him, or why his mistress and her friend knew him, and they couldn't say anything. All that time passed normally. Mina and her companions were doing their demon work and Issei and Ingvild were at home and sitting on the couch talking until Ingvild asked him something. Ingvild, Issei-san, you are studying, she said curiously. Issei, yes, because, he said a little seriously. Ignore the brand. Ingvild, I would like to go study too, she said while thinking. Issei, do you want to go in there? He said unseriously. Ingvild, yes, I would love to study, she said happily. Issei, okay, but your last name will be weird since we can't say that your last name is that of a demon, and inside the school we can't say that you are a demon, he said seriously. We would have to think of a last name, he said as he began to think. While the blonde was thinking until a memory of something came to him. Memory of Issei. Master, okay, I'll take the list, he said while taking the list book, and that's how he took the list until he got to the blonde. Issei, at least you should say his last name please, he said while waiting for his answer. Issei, okay, I haven't even thought about it, and I don't have a last name, he said seriously and bored. End of memory. The blonde was interrupted by the girl. Ingvild, I know, and if you like, you can call him Kurigane, he said happily. Issei, Kurigane, it's not bad at all, he said a little seriously. Besides, he saw how the girl began to sleep and saw the time that it was barely almost 8 o'clock at night, since he knew that every day they slept at 10:45 at night. Ingvild fell asleep. Issei, hey, if he's already sleepy, why don't you go to his room? He said not seriously until he remembers his illness. I see that this illness is taking effect on you, he said a little seriously while looking at the girl who was leaning on Issei. Ingvild, Issei-san, don't go, stay with me, she said calmly and in a low voice while still asleep. Issei, again that heat that I feel when I'm very attached to her, he said in his mind. The blonde decided to take the girl to his room, and he decided to have dinner and go take a bath to go to sleep and wait for another day to go to register the girl. Issei, I hope the ruler of darkness doesn't do anything stupid in that dimension, he said seriously in his mind. Chapter 6. More Problems Arrive. Dawning. The blonde was leaving his house towards school and entered his class. Everything went normally until recess time came and he decided to go to the student council. Knock knock. A long black hair was the one who opened the door, and saw that it was that person who gave him chills. Tsubaki, what do you want, Issei? She said nervously. Issei, I want to talk to Citri, he said seriously. Tsubaki, yes, it happens, she said nervously while moving away. Sona, Issei, what do you want? She said nervously since he had threatened to kill him if he told Gremory and his sister. Issei, I want you to register a person, he said seriously. Note, without the front markings. Sona, yes, tell me, what is the name of that person, she said nervously. Issei, his name is Ingvild Kurigane, he said seriously. Sona, yeah, sure, she said a little seriously, although she was nervous inside while she filled out the papers so they could come in. Issei, I'll also give him my last name, it'll be the same, Kurigane, he said seriously. Sona, okay, she said nervously. Issei, with that he retired, he said seriously. The two black-haired girls were confused about the person he said. The blonde had a good time since his classes were now a little boring until it was time to leave, and he went straight to his house. Ingvild, welcome Issei-san, she said happily as she watched the blonde enter. Issei, and well, your food turned out well, he said not seriously. Ingvild, yes, he said happily, or so I hope, he said while whispering so the blonde couldn't hear him. Issei, he went to the kitchen to try the food she made. It's fine, but you just needed to cook the meat a little more, he said not seriously. Well, let's sit down to eat, he said a little seriously while carrying the food to the dining room. So they ate so peacefully until the blonde broke the silence. Issei, tomorrow will be your first day of school and you will be in the same classroom as me, not serious. Ingvild, yes thanks Issei-san, he said happily. The next day, the blonde got up from his bed and went to the girls' room so she could get up and get ready to go to school. Once they had breakfast, they went out for a walk to get to school. Once they arrived at school, all the students stared at the blonde and the girl. Student, look, that girl is next to that cold boy, she said while whispering. Student, how can that bastard have a girl as pretty as her as if she were his slave? He said whispering annoyed. The blonde didn't even care, but the girl started to feel nervous. Issei, just ignore those guys, he said unseriously. Ingvild, yes, she said a little nervously while trying to calm down. In the occult club, a red-haired girl who looked with a serious face next to her queen. Rias, tell me Akeno, did you feel that demonic energy? He said seriously. Akeno, if his energy is similar to a middle-class demon, she said seriously. Student Council Club. A black-haired girl was also serious next to her queen and one of her entourage. Sona, whose demonic energy could that be? She said seriously. Saji, but what the hell, that presence is stronger than us, he said with little fear. With Issei. The blonde had shown her the room where she was going to be. Issei, just wait for the master, he said not seriously. Ingvild, yes, she said a quiet lie, she was nervous inside. Issei entered his classroom and after a minute the teacher arrives and says, Teacher, okay, students, today you are going to have a new partner in this classroom, he said calmly while watching his students screaming like crazy. Students, I hope she is a beautiful classmate like Rias Sempia, he said happily. Students, I hope you can find time to go on a date with me, she said happily. Teacher, hey, calm down, he said while trying to calm his students. Go ahead, he said while looking at the door. It didn't take long for her to enter. Everyone was left with their mouths open as she was the most beautiful. Her beauty even surpassed Rias's. The girl arrived in front of everyone. Mina, impossible, she is the one who was with my brother, she said in her mind with a state of shock. Teacher, okay, tell me your name, he said calmly while grabbing his notebook. Ingvild, my name is Ingvild Kurigane, she said nervously. Teacher, okay, any questions, he said while looking at his students with their hands raised. Okay, your question, he said calmly while looking at a boy. Students, you have a boyfriend and you want to go out with me, she said happily while thinking if I was going to accept it. Ingvild, no, I don't have a boyfriend and I don't want to go out with you, she said calmly while looking at the boy with a sad face. Murayama, I have a question, she said calmly while the girl listened. Where do you live so I can visit you? She said happily because she wanted to be her friend, but her smile turned into a state of shock. Ingvild, I live with Issei, she said happily while the whole room was left with their mouths open, even with the teacher. After a few minutes later, everyone was speechless as she is living with a cold and serious person. After so much fuss, Issei told the teacher that his last name was Kurigane and that class was normal. After class, the brunette goes to her club but realizes that not only her club is there, but also the president and vice president of the student council. Mina, something is happening, still curious. Rias, Yes, just now we felt the demonic energy of a middle class, she said seriously. Mina, you're referring to her, she said calmly. Sona, she? She said curiously. Mina, if it's the same person that Kaneko and I told Rias about, you remember her, right? She said calmly while looking at her white-haired friend. Kokiko, yes, she said calmly. Rias, we have to go see, maybe it's a stray demon, she said seriously while her other friend from another clan nodded. After the talks, everyone who was in their club decided to go see Issei and Ingvild. It only took a few minutes until he arrived in front of them. Rias, Issei, who is she? She said seriously while pointing at the girl. Issei, that's none of your business, so get out, he said seriously. Mina, but brother, maybe she is a stray demon, she said a little desperately. Ingvild, she was surprised by the word the brunette said and then puts on an angry face since she remembered that Issei told her that her sister also mistreated him. Issei, I told you not to call me that, he said seriously. Now go if you don't want to die, he said with a cold voice while the mark appeared on his forehead. No one could contradict since the blonde has a little more power than their kings of the Gremry and Citri clans. They stopped talking and let him go just for Issei, or else they wouldn't let him go, and he would kill him. On the way to Issei and Ingvild, the two were walking but neither spoke until the girl broke the silence. Ingvild, Issei-san, maybe they are the ones who mistreated you, she said a little seriously while she saw the blonde nod. Issei, that's right, the brown-haired girl is Mina Hayadu, the menstrual hair is Rias Gremry and the black-haired girl is Sona Citri, he said seriously and with hatred. They are what I want to get revenge on, he said seriously as he turned around and showed his activated mark. The girl didn't say anything because she saw that he had a desire for revenge. Ingvild, because my chest hurts when Issei-san talks about his desire for revenge, he said in his mind sadly while looking at the blonde's back. They arrived home and went to dinner, and then got ready to sleep for the next day that no one will know the problems that will come to them. Chapter 7, The Beginning of Training Part 1. Occult Club. A red-haired girl was seen sitting at her desk and was reading her papers until a message came from her family. Rias, it's strange that he sends me a letter at that time, she said, not very curious. While reading the letter, something that she wouldn't expect, because he has to come today, she said with an annoyed face. With Issei. The blonde was teaching the girl Ingvild how to make food, and after a while they finished preparing and then they went to have breakfast, and went to school. Occult Club. A girl who is sitting at her desk while she is desperate. Rias, I have to think about how to get out of this damn commitment, she said desperately. With Issei he was in his classes all calm until recess time came. The two of them wanted to go out to breakfast but were interrupted by someone. Girls, Kaya Kiba-kun said happily. Kiba, hee, I'm sorry, I need to talk to someone, he said as he walked past and addressed the two people, Ingvild Kurigane and Issei Kurigane. My president needs to talk to you, he said a little nervously since he knows that the blonde would get very upset. Ingvild, what does she need? Okay, I'll go, she said lightly, and you, Issei-san, she said calmly. I say, I'll just go, if you want to go, said Minera not seriously, looking at the blonde Gremry with a cold gaze making him shiver. Kiba, okay, follow me please, he said nervously. The three of them walked for a while until they arrived. Kiba, who is this Bucho? He said calmly. Rias, well done Kiba, she said calmly. Ingvild, okay, tell me what you need from me, she said calmly but inside she was angry. Rias, I'll get to the point. I want a little of your help, she said hopefully. Ingvild, what a help, he said it would be a little serious. Rias, help me out of this mess, she said hopefully. Ingvild, I refuse, she said calmly. Rias, because I can give you something that you want in return that will help me get out of this commitment, she said very desperate. Issei, hee ha ha ha, oh please don't make me laugh, he said with a smile making everyone shiver from the smile. Where was it according to? The great Rias, he said seriously and coldly while smiling. Just ignore the brand and the fact that he's wearing his uniform. Ingvild, if that's all, I'm leaving, he said lightly. The Gremry was left without help as she wanted the power to face him. The blonde and the girl were going to leave the room but were stopped as the entrance was covered by a strange circle, something they did not recognize but the Gremry did. "It's been days since I came to the human world," he said with disgust. "Rias, Razor," she said annoyed. "Razor, hello my Rias, you already know why I came," he said arrogantly. "Rias, don't even think that I'm going to marry you," she said annoyed. "Razor, looking at all the people in the club, oh don't tell me they are his entourage, eh?" he said with superiority. "Don't forget that I have all my pieces," he said proudly while snapping his fingers making a circle appear and that circle shines and all his entourage come out of it, "But look who that beauty is," he said lustfully while looking at the girl's body. Ingvild, seeing what the demon from another clan was doing, she got nervous while Razor touched her cheek. "Leave me," she said with fear while making a magic circle and attacks him, but her attack went to the other side since she still doesn't know how to use her power. "Razor, ha 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 ha, he still doesn't know how to use his power," he said with a smile. The Gremry clan didn't know what to say, and also didn't know how to tell her that she wasn't part of their clan, and on the other hand Issei had his eyes closed as he couldn't stand the voice of the demon Razor, and when he opened his eyes he saw that he was trying to touch the girl's body while she was nervous and didn't know what to do. "Rias, Razor, stop touching her, she is not part of my entourage," she said annoyed, but inside she was nervous about the blonde. Her face showed that she was getting fed up. "Razor, oh I see, so I can take it without problems, eh?" he said while he was going to touch it but was stopped by the blonde. "But what?" he said angrily while he saw the blonde squeezing his hand. "Let me go, damn low-class demon," he said angrily while the blonde let him go. "Shinura, do it," he said angrily while one of his servants nodded. The girl who was named immediately went towards the blonde to attack him in his stomach, but her great surprise was that the blonde stopped her attack with one hand as if without anything. "Look, Ed," she said surprised. Issei kicks her in the stomach, causing her to fly towards the ceiling and then fall to the ground. "Nell, damn," she said annoyed as she took out her chainsaw along with her twin sister and speared him. Issei, seeing that he was going to be attacked by two girls, he made a sign for her to get away from him, which the girl understood. "Nell's sister, die," she said annoyed while attacking him along with her sister, but also to her surprise he disappeared and reappeared behind her, hitting her with his fists on her back, making her go towards the wall. Everyone was silent as Issei dodged and attacked three pawns, and on the other hand Razor was upset. "Razor sure can't even attack a low-class devil well if he wants to," he said seriously while looking at the blonde. "All of you go for him," he said seriously while all his entourage nodded except for a bishop and his queen. Rias, she had a scared face since she knows that the Razor's entourage had more experience on the battlefield. Issei sees the two towers about to attack but he dodges it. The two towers were surprised. Issei dodges the sword attacks and also dodges the attacks of the pawns and a bishop. They were surprised since he was able to dodge their attacks. "Issei, I'm done with you," he said seriously while increasing his aura without showing the mark. All of the Razor's entourages were shocked by his aura as it was that of a high-class demon. "Issei," he just increased his aura and whispered, "Gravitation," he said while holding his hand at the height of his face. Everyone was silent as their sense of hearing heard it well and did not know what it meant, but Razor's entourage except for his bishop and queen fell to the ground while his body was surrounded by a purple aura. Issei just stares at everyone on the ground. "Tower Razor, but what the hell is that?" he said as he stood up with difficulty. Issei sees one of the towers being lifted up. Issei just lowers his hands a little more and sees the tower along with its companions being buried further into the ground. "Ingvild, stop it, Issei-san, you're going to kill him," he said with a little fear. Issei, "Okay," he said while decreasing his aura, "I'm leaving, let's go Ingvild," he said while leaving and the girl followed him. "Razor, damn you're going to leave like a coward, I won't allow it," he shouted angrily while preparing his attack, but then he couldn't attack anymore for two reasons. He had already left and another circle appeared which the two of them recognized. "Grafia, they fought right," he said seriously while increasing his aura. Rias/Razor, they just moved their face from left to right, giving the sign that no along with their face full of fear. Issei and Ingvild. Two were walking with a long silence. Issei, you don't know how to control his power, right? Not serious. Ingvild, the truth is no, he said sadly. Issei, I will help you control his power, he said unseriously. Ingvild, yes, thank you very much, Issei-san, he said happily. So it happened, they entered their house, had dinner and went to sleep for another day. Chapter 8. The Beginning of Training Part 2. At school in the Student Council Club. A blonde entered heading towards the desk while the president was nervous inside. Issei, I want to be gone for 10 days, Citri, he said seriously. Sona, of course, she said nervously. Issei, not only will I be missing, but also Ingvild, he said seriously. Sona, yeah, sure, she said nervously. Issei, then I'm leaving, Mei said. He enters, he turns around and heads to the entrance but is stopped by her voice. Sona, wait, Issei, she said nervously. I think I have a chance to be forgiven, she said with little hope. Issei, maybe yes, maybe not, he said seriously without looking back. Sona, okay, just ask that, you can take it back, she said sadly. Once the blonde left the club, leaving her alone. Sona, at least give me a chance to make friends again, Issei, she said sadly. But what she didn't know is that the blonde heard everything. A few days later, Issei and Ingvild carried their necessary things for their 10 days that they will not be at home, and went to a mountain far from the city. Once arriving, Issei decided to look for a place to train and leave his things and go prepare everything to help with the training. He found a beautiful place with a river with bright water, and then began his training. Issei, well, tell me what you can do, he said not seriously. Ingvild, I don't know anything, he said sadly as he lowered his head and put his hand behind his head. Issei, ha ha ha, sigh, well, I'll teach you how to control your magic first. Your magic goes out of control because you use too much energy for a simple attack, he said not seriously. Ingvild, just paying attention. Issei, well, think of a key and that the water is your energy flow, he said a little seriously. Ingvild, I did the same thing as the blonde said while he had his eyes closed. Issei, now you try to close the key little by little, he said not seriously as he watched Ingvild decrease his power. Well, you have already decreased his aura. Well, now you try to attack me, he said not seriously. Ingvild, but Issei-san said with a little fear. Issei, it's okay, nothing will happen to me, besides, this is training, enough talk and attack me, he said not seriously. Ingvild, he just created a magic circle and launched a water attack. Issei, seeing the attack, he blocks it with just one hand. Well done, his magic is water, he said not seriously. Ingvild, I did it, yes, he said happily while jumping around. Issei, well, you're trying to create a sword, he said unseriously. Ingvild, but how do I do it? She said thoughtfully. Issei, just think of a sword, he said unseriously. Ingvild, he had his eyes closed while thinking of a sword. After thinking of a sword, he puts his hand together, and then separates it little by little while his magic began to come out of water and give a sword shape. Then he opens his eyes. Yes, I did it, he said happily while looking at his sword. That's the sword, just ignore the box and the rag. Issei, well done, now you're trying to attack me, he said unseriously as he takes out his big sword. Ingvild, yes, here I go, she said not seriously as she lunges towards him. Minutes before they started their training, a tired brunette looked while carrying a large backpack. Mina, I'm tired now, she said tiredly while walking slowly. Kiba, I'll go ahead, he said calmly while carrying an extra large backpack, while walking a little faster. Mina, she said in shock while looking at the Knight of Rias. Kaneko, you are very slow, she said calmly as she walked past her, and as if nothing was wrong while carrying a super extra large backpack. Mina, she was left with more shock. The Gremry clan had already arrived at their place where they were going to do their training, and they also did their own training, but then they were stopped when they heard an explosion from a little far away. Minute before the explosion, two people were seen fighting. One of them is Ingvild and the other is Issei. Issei, dodging the sword attacks, and then gives her a stomach blow, causing her to fall a few meters away from him. Come on, Ingvild not only has to attack me with a pure sword but also with magic, he said not seriously. Ingvild, but that's not what he said about magic, she said a little angry while her cheeks puffed out. Issei, no enemy will attack you with just a sword but also with magic, he said a little seriously. Well, attack me, he said not seriously as he got into battle stance. Ingvild, fine, if that's what you want, she said lightly as she raises her right hand and makes a magic circle which shoots a ball of destruction. Issei dodges the attack that Ingvild launched went behind Issei and explodes. He launches himself towards her and kicks her feet, causing her to fall to the ground. Real-time L. The Gremry arrived at the place where the explosion happened and realized something. Rias, Issei, I didn't think she would come too, and she's here too, she said surprised while watching Issei's training. Akeno, the girl named Ingvild Kuragain is in an injured state, she said surprised while seeing the girl all hurt. The entire Gremry group was in a state of shock as they saw that Issei was training them in a harder way, things that they also wanted but did not achieve. While Issei was training Ingvild until he realized that someone was watching his training, which upset him, he also taught himself sword fighting, magic, and fighting. While Ingvild was trying hard to endure the kind of training that her secret love was giving her, every day she was growing more in the feeling known as love, and about her training she was learning everything quickly but with effort. The 10 days that the Gremry group had asked to be absent had already passed, and on the other hand Gremry went to face Razor, things that they achieved with difficulty, but they won with difficulty since Minako wanted to give something in exchange for more power. To which the dragon Tojo said that they should give up their arm in exchange for the power. At school. Minutes before the Gremry arrived, Issei and Ingvild were walking towards the exit, but Issei stopped. Ingvild, something is happening, Issei-san, she said curiously. Issei, nothing, I just want you to go ahead to the house and then I'll catch up with you, he said not seriously. Ingvild, yes, it's okay, Issei-san, come back carefully, she said calmly as she left. Issei. He didn't say anything and went to the occult club, and when he arrived he went under a window until he heard the voices. Inside the club. Meima, hiya, it was a tough battle, she said tiredly as she sat on an armchair. Rias, yes, I know everyone has earned a break in 3 days, so there is no club or work, damn it, she said happily while everyone nodded. Outside the club. Issei. They just got through the first battle you had, stupid Gremry, he said seriously in his mind, but I have a feeling that from today onwards there will be more problems, even those problems that are coming will also bother me, he said seriously in his mind as he retreated. Chapter 9 Ova Minako Hayato. Hello, I am Minako Hayato. This time I will tell you what happened during my childhood, she said while closing her eyes as she remembered what happened. 12 years ago. There were 2 brown-haired children playing in the courtyard of the Hayato house. Wait, Anakayan, screamed a 4-year-old brunette girl following her brother. Come on, girl, catch me if you can, said a 5-year-old brown-haired boy running until he was caught. Mina, look, Anakin Shido-san has arrived, she said while pointing to the entrance. The children looked at the entrance when a brown-haired boy came into play. Shido, hi Issei and Mina, can I play? He said happily. Mina/Issei, yes, let's play, she said happily. This was our happiness since our life changed. A month after we met Shido, 2 more girls arrived who had introduced themselves as. Hello, my name is Rias Gremry, she said happily. My name is Sona Citri, she said happily. Everything was going well until that day, when Mina's life changed a lot. Rias, tell me, mine, do you believe in supernatural things? She said lightly. Mina, you mean angels and demons, she said curiously. Sona, that's right, and what would happen if we told you that we too are not human, but demons? She said seriously. Mina, well, I would have a hard time believing it, she said doubtfully. Rias, well, we are demons, she said seriously while taking out her wings along with Sona. Mina was surprised since she thought it was just a joke. Mina, this is why they tell me this, she said learnedly. Rias, You are carrying an artifact that the biblical god created, she said while pointing at Mina. Mina, artifact of God, she said confused. Sona, yes, he carries a sacred gear known as the Ceria, a celestial dragon that was feared by all biblical factions. Afterwards, Rias and Sona decided to talk to her about the supernatural, and then Mina decided to talk to her parents about things that also made her go into shock. After the declaration, Mina's parents decided to ask her a question. Mina's dad, hey, Rias Sona Issei also has one, he said with hope to know that his son is also stronger. My mother, yes, I also want to know, she said happily. Rias, what a pity, let me tell you that he really has nothing, he is just a simple human who was born to be weak, she said proudly. Sona, that's how it would be said, the weak die and the strong survive. She said it would be. Sito, what happened? He said confused as he entered the Hayadu family house. The Hayadu family and the two girls decided to explain everything about the factions, the sacred gear, and then he decided to do a bad idea. Issei, what's up Otusa? He said happily. Dad just gives him a slap on the cheek. Issei, he just falls down while touching the cheek where I hit him. What's wrong Otusa and why are you hitting me? He said confused. Mom, because you were born very weak, in fact you shouldn't have been born, she said seriously. Mina, I can't stand having a brother as weak as I, said Superior. Rias, you just have to name me Rias-sama, she said proudly. Sona, and you have to call me Sona-sama, she said proudly. Shido, I don't want a weak friend like you, he said seriously. Dad, okay, we're going to tie you up, he said seriously while tying him with a chain. Issei, don't wait for it Otusa, I scream in despair. Dad hits Issei's face furiously. We are no longer his parents, furious shout. After the Hayadu family and his friends tied up the brown-haired boy and took him to a basement where they began to beat him for days, weeks and months until the day they got bored and Issei's parents asked him what else he could do to make him suffer more, and she gave him that idea. Dad, I'm already bored of hitting so much, he said seriously. Mom, besides, his noise bothers me now, he sounds like a stray dog, she said seriously. Mina, you don't know what else to do, she said bored. Sona, well, I read that there will be a portal nearby where there is a monster in darkness, she said while showing the book. Dad, good idea, we should just throw it in there and that's it, he said happily. Those who heard the idea of the father all accepted and waited for a night to be able to throw him away and forget about him. Chapter 10, Two Exorcists Arrive, A Bad Memory. At the airport. Two hooded people were seen getting off the plane. Come on, we have to find the person in charge of the territory, she said seriously. Yes, let's go, he said without enthusiasm. Hey Irina, are you okay? She said seriously and curious. Irina, it's not that this place brings me a bad memory. Well, Zenobia, we have to look for that person, she said without enthusiasm. Zenobia, she didn't say anything, she just nodded and walked forward. In Issei's house in the kitchen you could see the two people cooking, one for lunch and another for breakfast. Ingvild, breakfast is ready, he said happily. Issei, lunch too, he said lightly. Ingvild, Mui, you still have that attitude, at least show me your smile, he said in his mind while his eyes were closed, and he was puffing out his cheeks. Issei, something's wrong, he said not seriously while looking at the girl with her eyes closed and her cheeks puffed out. Ingvild, no, nothing is wrong, she said nervously. They sat down to have breakfast and then went to school. With the exorcist. You could see a girl with orange hair and another with blue hair who was walking and met that person. Zenobia, look, those two aren't normal, she said while pointing at two people. Irina, I look at the place where her partner pointed, but she realizes something. That blonde boy gives me the feeling that I know him, she said in her mind. Zenobia, come on, we have to keep going, maybe it will take us to where the territory manager is, she said it would be while following the blonde and the girl. The two exorcists that were following arrived at a school and they realized that in that school there was a lot of demonic presence, and then they decided to enter the academy, and they stood for a while. Sona. She was walking along with her queen and then was stopped by her queen's voice. "Tsubaki, Kaisho, look at those," she said seriously. "Sona, what are the exorcists doing here?" she said seriously. The two demons decided to approach the exorcist and decided to talk to you seriously. "Sona, what are the church's envoys doing here?" she said seriously. "Zenobia, I just want to talk to the people in charge of the territories," she said with a serious voice. "Sona, okay, but come in the afternoon when there is no one at the academy," she said seriously. The exorcists undoubtedly retreated and waited until the afternoon. The dark-haired girl and her queen were walking towards the occult club, and she and her queen entered and then froze because in front of them was the blonde looking in the window. "Issei, they are exorcists, aren't they?" "Citri," he said seriously. Sona, yes, she said nervously. "Issei, one of them is Shido," he said seriously, although he said the name with hatred. Sona, she remained silent since she didn't know it was one of her childhood friends. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was her," she said nervously. "Issei, I'm leaving," he said seriously as he headed to the entrance but stopped next to it. "But tell that damn Shido that if he looks for me I will give him a cruel death," he said seriously and coldly. The two black-haired girls didn't know what to say because the phrase she said scared them a lot. Afternoon, and two people were seen accompanying the exorcist, and he arrived at the place where he had to speak. "Sona, excuse me, we have a visitor," she said seriously. "Rias, who is it about? Don't tell me they are the ones sent," she said seriously. Sona, "That's right," she said seriously. Rias, "Okay then, come in and take a seat," he said, and sits next to her. She is sitting soundly. Zenobia, "Well, I want no one to get involved, that's the issue," she said seriously. Rias, "What is the matter?" He said it would be. Zenobia, "We have come here to recover the Excalibur that was stolen by one of the fallen angels' cadre," she said seriously. Rias, "And she plans to fight her alone." She said she would. Zenobia, "That's right, and we've already talked about that, so I'm leaving," she said seriously. Irina, "I heard she is not the nun who was expelled from the church," she said curiously while looking at the nun. Zenobia, "So that's the witch who dresses as a nun? Tell me, do you still believe in God?" she said seriously. Asia, "Hey yo," she said nervously. Mena, "Hey, stop it, you're scaring Asia," she said seriously while standing next to Asia. Yuto, "They are not going anywhere. I will destroy the Excalibur, so I challenge you to fight me," he said with hatred. The blue-haired exorcist accepted the challenge and decided to go out into the yard to do battle. While the knight and the exorcist Zenobia were battling, the orange-haired exorcist asked him a question. Irina, "Hey Mina, a while ago I saw a boy who looks like Issei. Do you know who he is?" She said it would be a little serious. Mina, "Actually, he is Issei. He managed to get out of that dimension," she said sadly. Irina, "Wait, you said he left that dimension. Why aren't we going to look for him?" she said a little surprised. Mina, "I would like that, but we can't get close to him," she said sadly. Irina, "Because," she said in doubt. Mina, "He is no longer the same as before," she said sadly. While the two of them were talking, she heard a noise and looked at the confrontation and saw a Gremry knight lying down. Zenobia, "Well, you know, don't get involved in that matter," she said seriously. "Let's go, Irina," she said as she turned around and walked. Sona, "Wait, Shido, if you find Issei, just be very careful with him," she said seriously, but inside she is nervous. And then the exorcist left, but one of them was left in doubt. Irina. She was walking while she was thinking about something. Irina, "What do you mean that he is not the same as before?" I could not ask Mina anymore, and also what do you mean that I should be careful with him, she said in her mind. But it is the same boy who passed by in the morning. Wait, Mina is right, it is Issei, she said in her mind while seeing the boy walking, but then changes to happiness when she sees that it was her childhood friend. Issei. The blonde was seen walking towards his house with the bags of food in his hand. Issei, haha. "Is it you, Issei?" he said with hope. Issei, "Huh, so you decided to approach me, huh?" he said seriously while moving his face back a little and then continued on his way. Irina, it's me Irina, you used to know me as Shido, she said hoping that the blonde would remember her. Issei, he just stood there with a serious face as an unpleasant memory came to him. Memory of Issei. A brown-haired boy was seen leaning against the wall while his body had wounds while the room was very dark. How long am I going to be in that place, he said without hope, but then he covers his eyes because it gives him light. And now who is it, he said annoyed. Don't talk to me like that since I'm taking the trouble to bring your damn food, he said angrily. Take it, he said while he brings his plate of food closer to her and sees that the brown-haired boy wanted to grab it but she turns it over causing the food to fall to the floor. Sorry, I didn't want to do it. Well, there's no way, eat it like that, he said in a serious and proud voice. Issei, I just looked at him with hatred. Shido, don't look at me like that, he said angrily. Lai kicks him in the face causing him to hit the wall and become unconscious. I'd better go, he said seriously as he left the room. End of memory. Issei, Shido, he said seriously and with a cold voice with hatred and poison. Chapter 11, Meeting Fallen Angels. There was a lot of awkwardness between the exorcist and the blonde, but then one of them broke the silence. Zenobia, I don't know who you are, but your presence is not a human, so let me kill you, she said seriously while taking out her sword. Irina, no wait, she said worriedly, and he couldn't stop her as she lunged at him. Issei, he just stood there watching the blue-haired girl about to attack him, but he easily dodged it and jumped back and dropped his bag. Then he took out his big sword while he took out his mark on his forehead, things that surprised the two exorcists. Zenobia, she is surprised since his sword was bigger than hers and because of the mark on his forehead, but without a doubt she launched herself at him to attack him. Issei, he was just dodging the exorcist's attacks, but then he got bored and decided to attack her. Zenobia sees the blonde making his move but then dodges hard and the attack went straight to a wall that made it explode. While the exorcist and the blonde were fighting for a few minutes, the Gremry clan arrived and Sona along with her queen to find out the reason for the explosion and sees two people fighting and decides to intervene. Rias, you two stop, she said seriously while raising her aura. Zenobia, I told you not to interfere with us, she said seriously. Issei, look Gremry, you better shut up or I'll kill you, he said seriously and coldly making everyone there shiver. After the Gremry stops the fight, the blonde puts away his sword and approaches to take his things and continues on his way leaving everyone behind. The exorcist also decided to retreat, and also the demons except for a knight of the Gremry clan who decided to do his evil deeds to destroy the Excalibur. With Issei he was walking towards his house but then he stopped because he felt that someone was watching him. Issei, I don't know who you are but come out now or I'll kill you, he said seriously while looking at the place where a black-haired man with a blonde lock came out. Wow, I never imagined that you would be able to feel my presence, he said nonchalantly. Issei, who are you and why were you watching me from there, he said seriously. My name is Azazel, I am a fallen angel, he said calmly with a smile while taking out his wings. Issei, I just look serious. And what do you want me to do that they applaud you, he said seriously. Azazel, nothing, I'm just taking a walk around here, he said nonchalantly. Issei, if you just came to waste my time, I'd better leave, he said seriously as he continued on his way. Azazel, wait, I just wanted to ask you a favor, he said a little worried as he followed him. Issei, what do you want? He said seriously without stopping his path. Azazel, I want you to stop a person. That person wants to kill those in charge of this territory to start a war, he said a little seriously. Issei, I think they should kill them, he said seriously as he continued on his way. Azazel, I understand you. I know you went through a lot of bad things because of her, but at least do me that favor. I don't want to send my subordinate since he's very busy with some things, he said seriously as he continued walking with him. Issei, he just stops his path and looks at the fallen with a death threat look making the fallen shiver. Azazel, if he asks you how I know that, it's because I investigated you, he said nervously as he saw the eyes of the blonde who was threatening him. Issei, when that person comes and what is his name, he said seriously while opening the door to his house. Azazel, he will come today and his name is Cabile. That's why I came to ask you for help, he said seriously. Issei, okay, and where do you want me to take you, he said seriously. Azazel, don't worry, I'll wait for him here outside your house, he said calmly. Issei, and why don't you come into my house, he said seriously while moving aside letting the fallen one enter, but he stops him. But I'll just tell you that I don't want to see you entering my house without my permission or I'll kill you, he said seriously and coldly. Azazel, okay, he said calmly, but inside he was nervous. Then they decided to go in, but when they entered they found a girl waiting and they greeted her. Ingvild, hello Issei-san, she said happily. Who is he? She said confused while pointing at the fallen one. Issei, he's just a pathetic fallen angel, he said seriously. Azazel, wow, how she introduces me, but her presence is demonic, but at the same time she has another unknown presence, he said in his mind while looking at the girl talking to Issei. Besides, that boy looks like he is a human, but when I saw his eyes it showed me that he is a person who should not be taken lightly, poor Cabile. He is going to suffer in a worse way. I only ask that the old man take care of you, he said in his mind. While I was thinking that, Azazel, Ingvild, and Issei were talking. Ingvild, what is he doing here? She said curiously. Issei, he wants me to go stop a person, and you will also come with me. I want to see the result of your training, he said lightly with a smile and his mark out. Ingvild, yes, he said few serious. Issei, see you bird, he said seriously as he went out into the courtyard and created wings of darkness, causing the fallen one to be surprised and leave with Ingvild. Azazel, who the hell is she? Her wings tell me she's on another level of power, he said seriously in his mind while remembering that the girl took out 4 pairs of demon wings. While the fallen waited, on the way Issei and Ingvild were arriving at a place that is covered by a barrier field, then he realizes that it is the academy where they study. Tsubaki, Kaicho, the barrier is complete, she said seriously while she had her arms stretched out. Sona, well, you will have to buy time for me to bring the mouse, she said it would be. Rias, well, they give, she said calmly as she entered with her entourage. Tsubaki, 2 large presences approaching, he said seriously after the Gremry group entered. Tsubasa, Kaicho, who does that presence belong to? She said, not very worried. Sona, that makes me famous, she said curious. Wait, that's it, she couldn't finish because the blonde and winged girl appeared. But it's you, Issei and Ingvild, she said surprised. Issei, break free from that barrier, he said seriously while carrying his sword and with the mark in front. Saji, hey damn, who do you think you are to order Kaicho around, he said annoyed. Issei, he just got a cut but nothing happens. Saji, ha 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 idiot, how do you think a useless person like you can break this barrier, he said proudly while his king was scared to death. Sona, Saji shut up, I screamed with a little fear. Saji, but Kai, he couldn't finish because he saw that the barrier was breaking. Issei, he saw how the barrier was breaking, but when it finished breaking it increased its power, causing all of Citri's entourage to start to be afraid. Sona, she was trembling with fear and saw that a dark barrier was rising around the academy. Issei, come on Ingvild, he said seriously as he walked forward. Ingvild, yes, she said seriously as she followed Issei. With Minako. She was entering with her companion and her mistress, and arrived at a court, and saw the fallen angel. Mina, that power is superior to that of Rias, but how are we going to defeat him? She said, not very worried. Rias, it's okay girl, we just have to create a perfect plan. Well, we have to. She couldn't finish because she saw the barrier was breaking and then a dark barrier appeared and she heard her friend's voice. Sona, Rias, she said it would be along with her Citri entourage as she approached the Gremry group. Rias, Sona, weren't you holding the barrier? She said it would be while she saw her friend approaching. Sona, we don't have to worry about that anymore. The one who did that was Issei, she said it would be while looking up. Mina, wait, it's you Issei, she said surprised. Who are you? He said seriously and annoyed. Issei, I just came to stop you on behalf of a fallen angel, he said seriously while standing on the corner of the roof of a building, and next to him is Ingvild, fallen angel Cabile, he said seriously in a cold voice. Ingvild, I heard that you wanted to have a war. We will not allow that. He said it would be. Chapter 12, The Battle with the Fallen Angel Part 1. The entire Gremry and Citri group remained in shock since they did not know that Issei and the girl were going to come, but then the atmosphere changed. Cabile, ha, a pathetic human like you will be able to stop me, he said proudly and seriously. Besides, who is that girl? Her wings tell me that she is not weak, he said in his mind while looking at the two people who are standing on the corner of a building. Well, if that is how it is, then play with my pets, he said proudly, and summons a magic circle on the ground, causing a hole with fire to appear, and a giant three-headed dog comes out. Rias/Sona, son Cerberus, said in shock. Sona, there is no time to lose, we have to attack them, she said seriously while her entourage began to attack her, but their attacks did not work. Rias, Mina, you start boosting to give us more power, she said seriously while looking at Mina. Mina, yes, she said seriously while doing the boosts. Zenobia, well, we've arrived as an effort, he said calmly while killing a Cerberus, and then this Irina becomes winged. Yuto, I also came to help, he said while creating a few swords on the ground to stop a Cerberus when he protected Asia. While in a group, Gremry and City attacked the Cerberus, but their attacks did not do any damage, and a little far away were Issei and Ingvild watching the battle until one broke the silence. Issei, the stupid Gremry hasn't changed at all, and Citri seems to have changed a bit, he said seriously. Ingvild, we are not going to help them, she said curiously. Issei, ha ha ha, okay, let's go, he said seriously. Ingvild, okay, let's go, she said seriously while flying and getting on top of the Cerberus. Ice Fang, she screamed while around her several ice spikes came out, causing her to fall to the ground, and some were easily pierced. Something like that just changes the color of the sky. The Gremry and Citri groups were shocked and surprised as her power was able to kill several Cerberus. Cabile, he was just surprised by his power, he was able to kill several Cerberus. Mina, Issei, be careful, she said with fear as she saw her brother was surrounded by several Cerberus. Issei, he just stared at the Cerberus and then activated his forehead mark, Divine Assassin, he said seriously as he made a horizontal cut towards all the Cerberus that were surrounded, and his body was easily left. All the members of the demons became very afraid because they saw that their techniques were very dark. Ruruko, Issei boy, yes, too scared, she said with so much fear that she couldn't even speak well while her other classmates nodded. Saji, what the hell is he? His power is very dark, wait, I was rude to him. I hope he doesn't come to kill me, he said in his mind with so much fear, and a big chill ran down his spine. Balba, finally the Excalibur sword has finished working, he said proudly. Mina, oh no, our city will be eliminated, she said with fear. Cabile, Fried takes the sword, he said arrogantly. Fried, yes boss, now the power of Excalibur is in my hand, he said arrogantly while holding the sword. Well, now I want to try it, take that, he said arrogantly while the sword began to stretch, and the attack was in the direction of Ingvild, which she was killing several Cerberus with her power of water and ice. The attack that the crazy priest launched was about to touch him, things that she realized but did not ration quickly, and feels that someone is pulling her. Plas. Ingvild, she remained silent since the person who pulled her was Issei, but then she changes her gaze to her arm, which is where she was holding Issei's sword. Her arm was cut by the sacred sword. Issei, I'm sorry, she said with fear and about to cry. Issei, there's no need for you to cry, Ingvild, he said seriously. Ingvild, yes, she said a little sadly because she agreed that she felt guilty for being careless. Fried, come on, I want to hear your cry of despair, ha 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 ha, he said arrogantly and crazy while waiting for the cry of pain. Mina, brother, she said frightened, as she saw that her brother had no arm. Rias, Asia, go heal Issei, she said with a little fear. Asia, yes, she said as she walked towards the Issei, I don't need your help, none, he said seriously and coldly while looking back. Asia, but Issei-san, you don't, she couldn't continue because that look gave her chills. No one had the words to say because Issei only brought out darkness directing where his arm was and connected to his thrown arm and pulled it to put it where he had cut it. Ignore Zeldred and he has his mark activated. Yuto, well, I will finish destroying the Excalibur sword, he said with hatred. Zenobia, our mission is to get her back, she said as she launched herself. Irina, she just stared at Issei who had just recovered from his arm. Balba, now that I see it, you're not that boy who ran away, he said seriously. Yuto, that's right, I came to take revenge for my companions that you killed, he said seriously. Balba, ha 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 comrades, but they are not resting in any world since their soul is kept in that fragment, he said with laughter and proudly while showing him a crystal. Here, that is the last one I have, so keep it, he said seriously while throwing the crystal at him and turning around. Yuto, no, that's not true, he said in shock as he started to cry. The Gremry and Citri groups along with Issei and Ingvild were watching what Balba and Yuto were doing. Some girls started to cry and Ingvild just looked at him with sadness, but Issei just approached the Gremry Knight. Issei, he just sees the crying Gremry Knight then punches him in the face causing him to fall to the ground, and you're going to stay crying as if nothing happened. You know I have enough power to kill those people who are in that crystal, he said seriously. But I don't want to because they are suffering more than you, he said seriously and with little mockery. Yuto, what do you know? You don't know what we suffered, he said screaming while crying, but then he couldn't continue because Issei hit him in the stomach. Issei, if you want to avenge those useless people, then stop crying and overcome your damn limit. Show that crazy old man that you are stronger than those two crazy monks, he said seriously and shouting while holding the Gremry Knight's neck in the air and then throwing him. If you're going to keep crying then I'll let them kill you, he said. Seriously while retreating. Everyone was silent and had no words, and on the other hand Yuto stood up and decided to do what Issei said. He began to try to overcome while he heard the voice of his deceased friends causing him to have a new power, and that power was able to face Excalibur while receiving help from the Exorcist Zenobia causing the sword to destroy. Balba was surprised and said a few words but did not continue as he was killed by the fallen angel Cabile. Cabile, so you already realized that, he said arrogantly and proudly. Well, Essichain Gremry Citri, your time to die has come, he said with a smile as he went down and waited for the movements that the demons will make. Chapter 13, The Battle with the Fallen Angel Part 2. The fallen angel Cabile was waiting for the attacks of the two heiresses until one decided to act on his account. Rias, we have to do that, she said seriously while launching an attack of destruction that the fallen angel stopped as if nothing. Sona, good, she said seriously while attacking. The two heiresses and their entourages along with the two exorcists launched themselves towards him to be able to harm him, things that they could not, and the fallen angel attacked him like a simple insect, and on the other side far from him are Issei and Ingvild. Issei, he sighed, she never changes, always proud, he said seriously while watching the fight between the fallen angel and the demons. Ingvild, we are not going to help, she said curiously. Issei, first, get rid of them, he said seriously. Cabile, ha 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 ha, I can't believe that you two can still fight even though he died, screamed with a smile. Rias, he died, she said confused, what do you mean? Answer, she shouted angrily. Cabile, well, since I'm going to kill you Gremry and Citri, I'll tell you the secret that the three factions are hiding, he said with a mockery. In the last war, not only Satan's died, even the biblical God himself died, he shouted with a smile. Demons/exorcists, what? Shock scream. Zenobia, that can't be happening, she said in shock as she falls to the ground. Irina, no, that is not true, she said with tears. Sona, I can't believe it, she said in shock. Ruruko, then what happened to the sky, she said without believing it. Asia, then yes sir, the one who says the prayers is no longer there, she said with fear. Cabile, Michael does his job well as a leader of the angels, ha ha ha, well now he dies, he said while throwing a spear of light at him. They could no longer relate since the attack was very close to her, but suddenly a mirror of ice appeared. Ingvild, she just had her arms stretched forward while holding a magic circle in her hand, showing that she created the ice wall. Issei, He just looks at Ingvild who made the wall and then looks at the fallen angel, Ingvild said seriously. Ingvild, yes, she said calmly while looking at Issei. Issei, you already made a mistake once and I hope you don't do the same thing, he said seriously. Ingvild, yes, she said seriously as she remembered the part where she was almost going to get cut with the Excalibur sword. Issei, well now you will fight with me Cabile, he said seriously while pointing with his sword. Ignore the wings? Cabile, ha 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 ha, a simple human can defeat me, a leader of the fallen, he said mockingly and proudly. Mina, don't do it brother, he's very strong, she said with fear. Issei, I just ignored what he said and launched myself at him and attacked with his long sword but was stopped with the sword of light and then moved away. Cabile dodges hard since ice came out on the floor and sees who it was that threw it, and realizes it was the girl who was with the blonde. Ingvild, I'm not done yet, she said seriously as she raises her hand and then clenches her fist and lowers it down quickly. Ignore the person in the picture. Cabile looks up and realizes that it was the same attack he did when he fought against the Cerberus, and tries to dodge it with difficulty but receives a cut on his arm. Damn you, he said while throwing a spear of light. Issei appears in front of Ingvild, full counter, he said seriously while returning the attack but double to the fallen one. Cabile makes himself wing to avoid the attack but then hears a sound. Boom. Everyone who was there, be it the demons, the exorcist and the fallen angel, looks at the place where it exploded and realizes that it was a huge explosion that no one would be able to survive, and on the other hand, the demons and the exorcist were in a state of shock from the battle they were watching. Saji, Kaisho, who the hell are they? He said with fear. Sona, incredible, they fight better than us, she said surprised. Tsubaki, no, because I feel that the three of them have more power, she said in shock. Irina, what happened to Issei for him to have that level of power? She said in her mind with her eyes lost in sparkles while watching the fight. Zenobia, damn, how can they keep fighting after learning of God's death, she said annoyed. In the battle, Issei and Ingvild were fighting against the fallen angel. Cabile, damn it, he said annoyed as he stops Issei's sword with his sword of light. Let them kill you he said seriously, but then he sees the girl with her water sword who was going to attack him on the fallen man's back but he stops it with his sword of light. Ingvild, that's not all, she said seriously while in her other hand she creates the same sword and gives him a cut on the back. Cabile, damn it, he said annoyed, jaj, you two are giving me a good battle not like those pathetic demons, he said with a smile that said he was enjoying the battle. Issei, your damn voice is already bothering me, he said seriously while giving the fallen man a blow in the stomach. Cabile, wah, scream of pain from the blow. Issei kicks him causing him to fly into the sky and creates wings of darkness, and flies towards the fallen man in the sky and hits him on the back causing him to fall with great speed. Cabile, gwa, scream of pain, why does he have so much power? I am a leader of the fallen and I feel defeated by two pathetic humans, he said without believing it. Ingvild stands in front of the fallen man and turns him around so that his face is looking at the sky and joins his hands and puts them on top of the fallen man's head, and then creates the sword and buries it in the fallen man's hand causing him to be nailed to the ground. Cabile, gah, he screams in pain as he sees the ruby approaching him. Issei, what happens Cabile when your gaze changes from hope to despair? It is a real pleasure for me, he said with an evil smile, and behind him an evil and terrifying image appears. Cabile, he is just dying of fear and a great shiver ran through him because he saw an image that he would never want to see again. Not only Cabile saw that image, but all the demons and exorcists who were there were dying of fear and a great shiver ran through them, things that no one would want to put in their path. Issei, well, let's finish with that, he said seriously and with an evil smile as he clenches his fist and hits him in the stomach and causing the ground to break and the fallen angel lost consciousness, and then removes the sword and carries him on his back. Well, Ingvild, we're done, so we're leaving, he said seriously as he looked at Ingvild and undid the barrier he created and takes out his wings of darkness and leaves from there. Ingvild, yes, she said calmly as she takes out her wings and follows Issei. Everyone who was there still hasn't come out of the state of shock from the fight that happened and from the fear along with a big chill from the image that appeared on their back, and then they see the school all destroyed. 2 exploded buildings, several buried ice, cut floors, and broken ground, things that the heiresses had to fix. Rias, damn, I'll have to see how to make Issei and Ingvild part of my following, she said in her mind after seeing that they were strong enough to even fight with a leader. At Issei's house, the blonde and the girl were seen arriving at their house along with the fallen angel. Ingvild, what a hard day it was, she said sleepily and then lay down on the couch. Issei, he just looked at Ingvild and realized that his aura had decreased, causing the disease to take effect. Here he is now gone, he said seriously as he throws the fallen man to him. Azazel, what happened to her because her aura dropped so much, he said in his mind with doubt, but then changes his gaze to Issei. I owe you one, Issei, he said with a smile while looking at Cabile, thinks that his body is full of bruises and bumps, and he pulls him by Cabile's shirt, causing him to be dragged. By the way, that phrase was scary. Ha, Issei, he said as he stood next to him but stopped. I hope you can do like before when you were a child, Issei, he said calmly and then walks away and prepares a magic circle. Issei, I'm sorry, I can't do like before anymore, he said seriously as he watched the fallen man retreat after hearing his answer, and then he sees Ingvild and decided to take her to his bed to rest. Chapter 14, A Reunion with the Most Hated. Issei's house. Ingvild's room. The purple-haired girl was sleeping peacefully, and then she started to get up. Ingvild, all sleepy, now I remember that I fell asleep on the couch, she said thoughtfully. It must be Issei-san who brought me up, she said thinking while getting out of bed and then deciding to go to the kitchen. Issei, I see you slept well, he said not seriously. Ingvild, good morning Issei-san, what happened with the battle? She said thoughtfully and sees that Issei is approaching her. Issei, it was good, you fought well, he said not seriously while putting his hand on Ingvild's head. Ingvild, Issei-san, I will continue to force myself more, she said determinedly. Issei, I hope so, he said lightly, but inside he was happy. I don't understand why I feel happy and excited with her, he said in his mind with doubts. Ingvild blushes slightly as she is enjoying the caresses. Issei, well, let's have breakfast, he said not seriously. Ingvild, yes, she said calmly as she sat down to have breakfast. Kaya, I want him to caress me more. He feels warm and calm, she said in her mind with a smile. Issei, he just looked at Ingvild who had a smile. We have to finish breakfast to go to the academy, he said not seriously. After breakfast, Issei and Ingvild went to the academy. With mine. Today my parents will go to the academy to see me and Asia in class, but the one I have doubts about is yesterday's Zenobia. Now it turns out that she is a member of Rias, and Irina returned to the church to deliver the sword Excalibur. She from the beginning no longer wanted to return because of the news of God's death, but she left for Issei since he had many sins to pay according to that, Irina said, and my parents finally were left crying since Rias and Sona were the ones who told her that Issei was still alive, and for that reason they wanted to go see him. Mina, Otosan Okasan, see you in the living room, she said while saying goodbye to her parents along with Asia. Then Drake, what do you think about the power that my brother showed yesterday, she said in her mind while talking to Drake. Drake, his power easily surpasses this tomato hair. Besides, that girl he was with, his brother, also doesn't have to be taken lightly. I mean, both are dangerous things that could have easily fought with the fallen angel, but if the fallen angel wasn't so proud, I don't know what his power would be, he said calmly in Mina's mind. Mina, but even if they don't let me impress you, besides, wait, he's Issei, she said calmly as she entered and saw Issei crossing the bridge. I have to go, bye, she said happily as she says goodbye to him. With Issei. He was walking on the bridge with Ingvild and sees a silver-haired man standing next to the entrance, and sees him approaching. Issei, who are you? He said seriously. Ingvild, Issei-san said worried. So you're the one Azazel asked to go stop Cabile, he said with a smile. Issei, you haven't answered my question. Who are you? He said seriously. My name is Vali, he said with a smile. Tell me what happens if I use magic on you, Issei, he said with a smile while putting his finger in front of Issei, but then he feels two swords. Ingvild, Issei-san, she said worriedly since the silver-haired boy wants to use magic on Issei. Kiba, we will not allow a fight here, he said seriously while putting his sword on the silver-haired boy's neck. Zenobia, your joke has gone too far Hakuryuku, she said seriously while putting Duranda on the silver-haired boy's neck. Mina, brother, be careful with him, she said seriously as she comes behind Issei. Vala, please stop me if you couldn't even beat Cabile, he said with a mocking smile. Kiba and Zenobia didn't give anything and lowered their swords and went after Issei. Vali, but look, if my rival is weak, tell me Minako Hayadu, what classification would you be in with that level of power, he said a little seriously. Mina, what do you mean? She said seriously. Vali, with your incomplete armor, I would evaluate you out of 4 icons. It shouldn't be less since you are very weak, he said with a mocking smile. I should train you more, Gremory Rias, he said calmly while looking behind his rival. Rias, you've already said what you wanted to say, she said seriously. Issei, you know Hakuryuku, I don't deny it, she is very weak since she can't even withstand a weak attack, he said seriously while looking at the Hakuryuku. Vali laughed slightly. Well, since I'm a busy person, I'll leave again, he said calmly as he left. Rias, tell me Issei, why didn't you defend your sister? She said seriously while looking at his back. Issei, look, first of all, I'm not his brother anymore, and second, you yourself said that the weak die and the strongest live, he said seriously and annoyed. Come on Ingvild, he said seriously. Ingvild, he just stared at the Gremory clan with a little anger, as she told him that he was her brother. Kiba, why does Bucho hate him so much? He said curiously. Zenobia, I also want to know why they treat him like that, she said curiously. Rias, it's nothing better, let's go, classes are about to start, she said a little sadly while looking at Issei along with Ingvild entering the academy. The members of Rias are people who still do not understand what happened between Rias and Mina with Issei. Classes had already started and the teacher gave him a bar to make a figure, and therefore Issei feels uncomfortable and upset since he realized that his ex-parents were there and many of the students were already making their figures. Issei, he's just thinking about what to do, but when he looks behind him it's where Ingvild is. She's happy making her figure. When she realizes that he's watching her, she covers him with her arms while blushing, and she didn't say anything and went back to her work. Ingvild almost realizes what I'm doing. Just wait, when I finish I'll give it to you as my gift, she said in her mind while blushing and covering her figure. In the distance between Issei and Ingvild, the parents are surprised because they realize that Issei has changed a lot. PM, look, Issei changed his personality, he said happily. Yes, he is more handsome than before, she said happily. equals Minako's mother. PM equals Minako's father. Issei had already finished 2 figures. One is secret and the other was a figure where he is standing with a large sword and with wings of darkness, and below him is a corpse pierced through the chest. Many students who saw that figure got a big chill, and the teacher congratulates him for his great work. And the time came when classes ended. Issei and Ingvild went to the grass to sit. Ingvild, let's see Issei-san your figure, she said curious. Issei, well that's my figure, he said not seriously while showing his figure. And yours, he said a little curious, but his not serious reaction doesn't change. Ingvild, well that's mine, he said calmly while showing his figure. Just changed to Eli with Ingvild, and he doesn't have a wing and stands behind Issei, and Issei just imagines himself sitting with the mark. Issei, he just stared at the figure with his unserious face, but inside he felt happy about things he didn't know why. After showing his figures he decided to return to classes, but on his way he found many boys crowded. Issei did not want to go, but Ingvild did, and they went there and a girl with magical girl clothes. Whose presents are those? He said in his mind. Saji, go away, he said seriously while moving the boys away from the weird girl. Sona, what's going on here Saji? She said seriously. I missed you so much, she said happily as she rushed to hug her sister. Sona, oh one-sama, she said with fear. Tell me, did you miss me? He said happily. Rias, I didn't know what Sona's sister was selling, she said heavily. Mina, Otosan Okasan, she said calmly as she watched her parents approaching them. Everything was going well until the mother saw the blonde boy and decided to approach slowly. Issei and Ingvild were about to retreat but were stopped by a voice. Issei, it's you, he said with a trembling voice and about to cry. Issei, you're talking about the wrong people, ma'am, he said not seriously while his back was turned as he walks to leave but is stopped. You're wrong, you're Issei, even though you've changed your appearance, you're still you, she said with a trembling voice as she grabbed Issei's hand, which was about to go. Issei starts to get upset while expelling a bit of power. Issei, we want to tell you that you forgive us for what we did in the past, he said sadly while grabbing the shoulder. Ingvild, idiot, how can you say that I forgive him so simply? Didn't you see how much damage you did to him, and you come to say that is or, he said in his mind while getting a little angry. Issei, I'll tell you once, let me go, he said seriously and angry. Come give your mom a hug, she said sadly. Issei, come turn around, he said sadly as he tried to turn her around but it ended very badly. Issei turns quickly and with his hand grabs his ex-father by the neck and lifts him up, making him choke. Issei, what are you doing? Let him go, she screamed desperately, watching how her son began to choke her husband. Issei kicks his ex-mother, causing her to fall brutally. Mina/Rias, Okasan, desperate cry as she goes to help lift. Seraphiel, hey idiot, don't you see that you're killing him? He said while approaching. Sona Sama, wait, she said with little fear. Issei, he gives Seraph a threatening look, making her stop in fear. Listen to me, you two, he said seriously and coldly while looking at his ex-father. If he comes close to me again or calls me son, rest assured that I will kill him in a cruel way, he said seriously and coldly. Ingvild approaches and puts her hand on Issei's shoulder. Issei-san, stop now, you're going to kill him, she said calmly. Issei, he just sees Ingvild and wanted to tell her that he didn't care, but he didn't have the courage to yell things at her that he didn't know why either, and then he forcefully throws his ex-father away. Cough, 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 trying to breathe. Goru, she said desperately as she went to help him. Tell me, why are you doing that? I know he has hate, but threatening with death is already past, she screamed while crying. Issei, I told you to stop talking to me like that because your family, along with the stupid Gremry and Citri, threw me into that dimension that day I died, he said seriously and cold. But if you say you died, how come you're here? He said with difficulty breathing. Issei, he just puts his arms together and activates his mark, causing his ex-parents to die of fear. Since that day I died and only Issei was born, and that is my power, and you said that I was weak, but now I am not anymore, you are the weak ones, he said with an evil smile and with the mark activated. Everyone scared him again, even his parents. Issei decided to leave there with Ingvild so he couldn't stand being next to them, and they left his ex-parents crying, and Seraphiel was upset because he was saying that his sister threw him into a dimension, things that she didn't believe. Chapter 15, Faction Meeting. After leaving the place where he left his ex-father crying, he returned to his classroom and waited for the exit. Once the exit arrived, Issei and Ingvild walked towards their house, but on their way they met him again. Azazel, I am Issei, Ingvild, he said with a carefree smile. Issei, what are you doing here, fallen down, he said seriously. Azazel, I just wanted to tell you that there will soon be faction meetings and I want you to be there along with Ingvild since you participated in that battle, he said nonchalantly. Issei, but if you sent me, he said seriously. Okay, tell me when it will be, he said seriously. Azazel, don't worry, I'll tell you tomorrow, he said carefree. Issei, okay, see you, bird, he said seriously. After meeting him again, they went to his house to do the usual thing, have dinner and sleep until dawn tomorrow. Already the next day. The same thing happens as always, they have breakfast and go to class, but for Issei it was boring, and for Ingvild, well, we already know that he likes to study. But when recess time came, Minako tried to talk to Issei, but he just ignored her. Rias even tried to talk to him about things that she wants to make him part of her entourage, just like Ingvild. On the other hand, Sona just stared at Issei, but with a sad and regretful face. Things that Issei saw. They also released a new bishop. A cult club. Rias had already released her second bishop by order of Lucifer, and they also took him out to train him until he could no longer stand it, and hid in his room. Rias, come on Gasper, get out of there, she said calmly while looking at the door of a room. Gasper, I don't want to go out, I'm scared, he said with tears and fear. Mina, you go with Kiba, we will take care of it, she said calmly. Rias, well, I'll leave it to you girls, she said calmly while looking at Mina, Zenobia, Kaneko and Asia, and then she leaves. Mina, Gasper, get out of there, she said calmly. Kaneko, if it doesn't work out, we'll do it by force, she said with a neutral face. Gasper, I don't want to go out, it's scary, he said with fear. Mina, you know Gasper, you're not the only one who's scared, she said sadly. I'm scared too, she said sadly as she saw that the door had opened a little and the boy was seen peeking out. Gasper, he's afraid of her, he said curiously. Mina, I had an older brother, but out of pride and stupidity my parents and I along with Rias and Sona mistreated them for not having a sacred gear, and we threw him into a dangerous dimension, but until now he came out alive, and he is much stronger, and that is what scares me since we made him turn into a monster, she said while crying, causing everyone who was there to be surprised because she already knows the reason for Issei's hatred towards them. Gasper, if he managed to overcome his fear, then I will also do it as Issei-senpai, he said determinedly. Mina, okay, let's train, she said determinedly while the others nodded. Days later, Minako and Akeno also went to a temple on Rias' orders. There was a meeting between the leader of the angels and the two demons. The leader of the angels gave her a sword, which she called Ascalon, saying that Minako, the Security, was the weakest of all time. She accepted it, and then they decided to go to their classes. With Issei, he was waiting for the time of departure. After the time of departure arrived, Issei and Ingvild went to his house until he saw him again. Issei, you bird again, he said seriously. Azazel, I just wanted to tell you that in 3 days there will be a meeting, he said nonchalantly. Ingvild, and where are you going to have the meeting? She said curiously. Issei, most likely the academy will see the meeting, he said seriously while looking at Ingvild. Ingvild, because there, she said curiously. Issei, because that's where the battle happened, isn't it, bird, he said seriously while looking at Azazel. Azazel, yes, that's right, he said surprised since he guessed the place where the meeting was going to take place. Issei, well, see you in 3 days, bird. But first I'll just say that if a member of another race steps into my house without my permission, tell him that I will give him a cruel death, he said seriously while looking at Azazel. Azazel, that's right, rest assured, he said nonchalantly, but inside he was scared and shivering. After the talk with the fallen angel, they decided to go to his house to do what they always do, but now he is doing a project task. It is a task as a couple, and they waited until the next day because the same thing happened. Mina and Rias tried to talk to him about things that Issei was getting fed up with the other members of Rias, and Sona just kept watching the behavior of her partner, and Rias and Sona just stayed quiet since she knew how Issei gets when they make him angry, and on the other hand Rias's entourage tried to help their new partner with the training. 3 days later, the academy was seen covered by a barrier. Outside the building was an army with white, black and bat wings. Inside the building where there was a large room were 4 people sitting at a large table. On the left side was the leader of the demons. In the middle was the leader of the fallen, and on the right side was the leader of the angels and his companions. Part of the demons: Xerxes Maus Lucifer, Graphia Lucifuge, Seraphil Maus Leviathan, Rias Gremory and her retinues, Sona Citri and her retinues. Part of the fallen: Azazel, leader of the fallen, Hakuriati. Parts of angels: Michael, leader of the angels, Gabriel, Seraph, Irina, Shido. Everyone was in an awkward silence until one spoke. Xerxes, okay, let's start the meeting, he said seriously. Azazel, wait, only 2 of my guests are missing, he said bored. Michael, and where is it? He said curiously. Xerxes, give him that boy's address so that he can go get them, he said calmly. Azazel, well, if you want I'll give you the address, but I won't be responsible for the death, he said, bored. Xerxes, what do you mean? He said seriously. Because I don't like you coming into my house without my permission, he said in a serious voice. Everyone looked at the place where the voice came from and saw the 1.72 tall blonde boy in his battle suit, and a 1.62 tall girl in her clothes when she first met Issei. Xerxes, who are you? He said seriously. Azazel, they are my guests, he said, bored. Seraphil, you weren't enough to make your parents cry, she said seriously and angry, but then she feels a cut on her cheek as she saw a small ray of darkness pass by. Issei, shut up, don't say again that they are my parents, he said seriously and in a cold voice with his hand extended while pointing towards Leviathan. Everyone got chills since she even managed to silence a Mao, and Rias asked Asia to go heal the wound on the Mao's cheek. Xerxes, hey, if you don't want to cause wars in your faction, keep it at bay, he said seriously. Issei, I'm not in any pathetic faction, he said seriously and cold. Michael, well, what do you think about starting the meeting? Besides, it's rude not to show up, he said calmly while looking at Issei and Ingvild. Gabriel, I can see his heart, there is only pure evil and darkness that has happened to this young man, he said in his mind with sadness while looking at the blonde. Issei, my name is Issei Kurigane, he said seriously and cold. Ingvild, my name is Ingvild Kurigane, nice to meet you, he said with a smile. Xerxes, she is my sister and Seraphil's sister is the one who participated in that battle, he said seriously while looking at Michael. Azazel, you're wrong, they couldn't even kill several Cerberus at the same time, what did all the work was them too, he said bored while pointing at Issei and Ingvild. Michael, well, I thank you for stopping Cabile, he said calmly while looking at Issei and Ingvild. Xerxes, well, you can tell me why you let him act like that, he said seriously while looking at the leader of the fallen. Azazel, I just let him do that to know his plan, and I also got into that city without him realizing it, and by the way, this city is very pretty and quiet, he said calmly. Issei, there are no cases like this between your people, he said seriously, making the others look at him. If that Cabile had started the war, the only faction that will disappear quickly is you, he said seriously. Azazel, well, you're right, but I declared that I don't want war, besides I have something interesting to do, he said calmly with a smile. Well, we have to go to the main course, it's about the death of God and Satan, he said seriously, making the angels and Irina sad. Well, let's leave that, what do you think if we declare peace? An alliance, he said with a smile. Xerxes/Michael, well, I do accept, he said at the same time. Azazel, well, we move on to the strongest beings, who are called Hakurutai and Security, he said calmly as he listens to his answer. Vali, I am not interested in peace, I just want to fight with the strong, he said with a smile. Mema, well, she said with a little fear. Azazel, tell me, Security, if there is war, your parents and friends will be around the battlefield, he said seriously. Mina, then I also accept peace, she said determinedly. The entire meeting was going well. Even Mina asked for an explanation about Asia, and Michael told her that for a reason he did it for the system so that they would not fail anymore. Also, Gabriel asked Issei why his heart was full of darkness, causing 3 people to panic a little, but Issei only said that he came out of a dimension where there was only darkness, and said not to ask about that subject anymore, and Gabriel nodded. When they were going to continue talking about the meeting, everything stops except the leaders. The companions Graphia and Gabriel, the demon Sona. Rias did not affect him since Rias touched Mina's shoulder and Sona on the other shoulder of Mina, things that he wanted to stop when he talked about the fallen angel Rainier, Zenobia and Irina for their swords, Mima and Vala for celestial dragons, Issei and Ingvild for their power, until everyone looked out the window and were surprised since there are unknown creatures, until one broke the silence. Issei, but what the hell are they doing here? He said seriously. In some cases you are already making your move, damn demon king, he said angrily in his mind. Everything was silent, and with doubt of the blonde's answer he said, Azazel, hey, what are you doing here? He said, curious and serious. Issei, in my world where I come from, those are blue and red demons, he said seriously. Michael, then you know how to fight back, he said seriously. Issei, that's right, and they should do something about that boy they're talking about, since we could be like this for a while, and if they don't stop him, we'll fall too. Let's make easy targets, he said seriously. Well, let's see what Hacker Yuka does, he said seriously while looking. Azazel, well, go and distract the wizards, he said seriously. Vali, well, Balance Breaker, said with desire to fight Minor comes out of the window and puts on the white dragon armor. Mina, incredible, his power is very dangerous, she said in shock. Zenobia, his aura shows how dangerous he is, she said surprised. Xerxes, Rias, go and stop his bishop, but who will go with you, he said seriously while looking at Issei. Issei, don't give me that face, he said seriously and cold. Mima, I will go Xerxes-sama, she said determinedly. Xerxes, well, I'll leave it to you, Graphia, send it, he said seriously while looking at the silver-haired boy. Graphia, yes, Xerxes. She couldn't finish the sentence because out of nowhere a magic circle appeared and everyone realized who it was. Xerxes, send it now, he said seriously. Graphia, Rias Ojusama have luck, he said seriously while sending in a magic circle. Rias, wait, he couldn't finish because he was sent to that place. When you laugh, you are sent into a magic circle that appears and a girl comes out, which the demon leaders recognized, and a girl was saddened to know who he was. Hello, fake mouse, I've come here to take my place, she said proudly. Xerxes, so Ceria Leviathan finally appears, he said seriously. Seraphil, tell me Ceria-chan why you do that, she said calmly. Ceria, shut up, you are a disgrace for taking my place, she said angrily and with disgust. Azazel, oh, it's the old mouse Leviathan, he said mockingly, making the aforementioned angry. Ceria, shut up, besides you, she said angrily and could not continue because she saw a person, so you managed to survive Ingvild, she said angrily and with a mocking smile. Ingvild, so you still hate me, said sadly. Chapter 16, The Meeting is Attacked. Everyone was surprised because the girl who told him her name was Ingvild said that she was his grandmother. Ceria, how did you manage to survive? It is assumed that after that attack we did, you would be dead, she said angrily. If so, then I will kill you right here, she said angrily while throwing a ball of destruction causing the room to be destroyed. The leaders were able to protect the people who were affected by the stoppage of time. Xerxes, tell me Ceria, why does she do that? He said seriously. Ceria, it's obvious, Gremry, you are a disgrace to the demons. How can you be so close to our enemies? She said seriously while giving a threatening look to the leader of the angels and fallen. And besides, we will be the ones to set the new law in that world, she said with a smile, but then it changes into anger at the mockery they make. Azazel, ha 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 ha, you put a new law in that world, please don't make me laugh, he said laughing. Xerxes, Michael, I'll take care of this, he said calmly while those mentioned nodded. Xerxes, tell me Ceria, you don't want to change your mind, he said seriously. Ceria, of course not, because I will kill the demons that are really embarrassing to look at, she said seriously and proudly. Issei, he had his eyes closed while he got fed up with the conversations while being looked at by Ingvild. I give you an option, Azazel, he said seriously and coldly, drawing the attention of everyone there. Azazel, what is it? Tell me, he said curiously. Issei. With speed he goes towards Ceria's back and kicks her feet, causing her to fall, but before she touches the ground he kicks her, making her fly towards the sky. All those who were not affected were in shock, thinking in their minds how a human like him can easily hit him twice. Issei, enough talk and go fight her, he said seriously and coldly while pointing to the sky. Everyone got chills from the way Issei spoke. Azazel decides to go fight, takes out his wings and flies to where Ceria is. Ceria, tisk damn human, how could you move things that I couldn't see at that speed, and how dare you hit the great Ceria, descendant of Leviathan, she said in her furious mind. Azazel, okay, enough talk, let's fight, he said seriously as he increased his power level along with Ceria, causing her to eliminate the members who are near them. With laughter. She was running towards a room with her pawn Mina, but then she stops because she feels a very powerful magical power. Rias, but what is she doing here? he said seriously while looking at the sky through the window. Mina, Bucho, who is she? She said curiously while looking at the unknown person. Rias, Ceria, descendant of Leviathan. Well, we have to prepare to stop Gasper, she said seriously while looking at the door of a room with the leaders. On the other hand, the leaders are protecting themselves with a barrier since they are the target. Issei, hey you three, he said seriously and coldly while pointing at the three swordsmen. Go and try to eliminate those useless ones, he said seriously and coldly while pointing at the magicians. And you Citri, support her from afar with your magic, he said seriously and coldly. Ingvild, you will support those useless ones, he said seriously and coldly while pointing at the three swordsmen. Now Sona. Ingvild, and what will you do, Issei-san? She said curiously. Issei, I will take care of those red and blue demons, he said seriously and cold. Zerzex, wait, Kurigane, after the battle we have to talk about the existence of that girl, he said seriously while pointing at Ingvild. Issei, I don't obey anyone, he said seriously and cold. Well, everything to its position, he said seriously and cold while retreating towards where the red and blue demons are. All of those mentioned were Irina, Kiba and Zenobia, who were killing the mages with their swords, and Sona, who was casting destruction magic from afar. Ingvild was also supporting them but far from them, and the leaders realized their power. Even Vala was also killing some. Seraphil, that girl has a dangerous power, she said seriously while looking at Ingvild fighting. Zerzex, I also don't know why she called Ceria grandmother, he said seriously. And who is he? He said seriously while looking at Issei's back with his dark wings, who is in front of the enemies. Away from the barrier and the battle they are fighting with the magicians to protect the barrier was Issei in front of the demons. Issei, what's wrong? Do you not want to fight anymore? He said seriously. Demons Ayer screamed to attack. Issei. He activated his mark, and that mark was seen by the leaders, and he took out his sword, and with speed he passed between them until he reached where there were no demons, and after a few seconds several red and blue demons were split in half in a vertical form. The leaders who are in the barrier enter a state of shock since they did not see the movement of the cut. Issei, how weak, he said seriously while in the sky after the cut he made. Far away from there were also the members battling with the magicians. Vala stopped attacking and only stared at Issei and Zenobia. Kiba and Irina supported each other to eliminate, while Sona supported him from afar, but on the other hand Ingvild only froze them, things that those who are close to her give chills, and Sona realizes that Ingvild's water magic is superior to Sona's. It took a few minutes until they thawed out, at which time Sona asked the others to help her eliminate the magicians. Azazel, give up Ceria, you no longer have allies, he said seriously while looking at Ceria. Ceria, TSK, they are useless, she said angrily while looking at the last magician, who was pierced by several ice spears, and then she changes her gaze towards Ingvild and sees Ingvild with her arm outstretched, giving the signal that she was the one who killed the magician. But I have them, she said seriously while pointing back at the red demons. Vala, Azazel, and the leaders together with their companions go to the place where Ceria was and see several red and blue demons, but then see that the demons fell to pieces since the person responsible for this attack was Issei. Issei, he headed towards the demons with his wings of darkness and gave him a horizontal cut, causing the demon to be split in half along with a tree, causing the tree to come out a point, and then he sees the last demon that is about to attack him from behind Issei. But he dodged the attack and went down towards the demon's hand and ran on the arm behind the demon, and kicked him, causing the last demon that was still alive to fall under the tree that had the point, and be pierced in his chest, causing the body to fall to the ground, and in the trunk was the heart of the fallen demon, and Issei stands on the trunk and puts his long sword on his shoulder with his wings extended. Just imagine the body with the heart. Everyone except Ingvild gave him a big chill since he never imagined Issei killing like that. Issei, now it's your turn since that crow is just playing with you, he said with a smile. Ceria, TSK, damn it, angrily screaming as she launches a destruction attack. Issei, full counter, he said while whispering while returning the attack with double power. Ceria, she just dodges the attack. The leaders were surprised as he was able to return the attack as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, Kateria was just surprised and speechless until Issei decided to attack. Issei, okay, here I go, he said seriously and coldly as he lunges at her and punches her in the stomach. Kateria, fwag, she spat blood as she received the blow from Issei. Damn it, she screamed angrily. With leaders. Everyone was surprised as Issei was giving Kateria a good beating as if she were a simple demon. Azazel, I don't know you. I don't want to imagine when he's furious, he said with fear. Leaders/companion, I agree with you the same, they said while nodding at the fallen man's question. Michael, but what happened to that young man because his presence is dark, he said with sadness and a little fear. Gabriel, it's your heart, that's where it's full of darkness, he said sadly. Xerxes, but who sent or how did he get out of that dimension, he said a little seriously and inside he was scared. Rias, it was our fault for sending him to that dimension, he said with fear, but what he didn't know was that he was being heard. Seraphil, what did you say? She said angrily. Rias, what do you mean? She said worried and scared as she realized she had said the answer. Xerxes, I would order you like a mouse to say what you said, he said seriously. Sona, it doesn't matter anymore, I knew that sooner or later he would realize it, she said as she began to cry along with Mina and Rias, but she said it without realizing that she dug her own grave. Seraphil, Sona, you said what he was saying, angry shout while looking at Issei, which is giving Kateria a good beating. It was true, and also Rias and you Minako, I can't believe what you did together with that family, angry shout. Xerxes, what do you mean by that? He said seriously. Seraphil, he told me to laugh with Sona and the Security family threw him into that dimension, she said angry and serious. Xerxes, it's almost time for me to go on vacation. I'll be waiting for you at home to punish you three, he said seriously and angrily while pointing at the three mentioned. Rias/Mina/Sona, she is just silent while she is shaking since they never saw him angry, while his entourages of both kings made him feel sorry for the punishment that he is going to give him. Gabriel, I can't believe that family also supported those demons, and he couldn't continue because he heard a scream. With Issei. He was walking while enjoying Kateria's despair. Kateria, damn how a dirty human can hit the great Kateria desired of the mouse Leviathan, angrily screamed, which was the scream that caught the attention of the leaders. Issei, jejejejej, he laughed lightly. What happened, Kateria? You know when your look changes from hope to despair, he said with a smile. It is a real pleasure for me, he said while showing an evil smile. Kateria, damn human, screamed angrily. Issei, I'll shut up, he said seriously and coldly while slapping her, causing Kateria to fly towards a building. After Issei slaps Kateria, she crawls on the ground until she runs into someone. Kateria, with great force, she raises her head to look at the person in front of her. It's you, Ingvild, please help me and in return I will give you whatever, she said, very tired and having difficulty speaking because of Issei's slap. Ingvild, whatever, then bring my parents back to life, he said while whispering and was heard only by Issei and Kateria. Kateria, damn it, because you are interested in that damned traitor, she said angrily. Ingvild, she was just quiet as she started to cry, and then in her hand she creates her sword. Kateria, wait, what are you going to do? She said with fear as she saw Ingvild with his sword raised with the handle pointing downwards. Don't you care about your grandmother? She said with fear. Ingvild, I never considered you as my grandmother since the day you fought with my mother, she said seriously and coldly while showing her cold face, making Kateria tremble. I only found that one, I just imagined it was Ingvild. Please. Ingvild had pierced his sword through the back, causing it to be stuck in the ground, and she just screamed in pain, and then headed towards Issei. Issei, he was just watching everything Ingvild was doing until he saw her approaching him. Ingvild, I leave it in your hand, Issei-san, she said with her face covered with her hair while crying, and then walks away from him. Issei, what's wrong, Kateria? Aren't you very strong? He said seriously as he stood in front of her and looked at Kateria on the ground with the sword pierced through her back. Kateria, she just looks at him with fear. Issei, Well, die hellblaze, he said seriously while in his hand he creates the purple fire, causing everyone present to have a chill, even Vala for that fire, and then throws it towards Kateria, causing her to scream in pain while she turned to ashes, and a white ball also comes out after the body is burned, and it is also burned. Ingvild, she cried while looking at the sky. How I miss father mother, she said in her mind sadly. Azazel, and you will do well, he said calmly while trying not to show fear. You will also attack the throne while you are united with Cow's Breach, he said calmly. Xerxes, what do you mean? He said seriously. Vali, my name is Vali Lucifer, and no, I have no interest in fighting for that throne. You know I want to fight with the strong, he said while looking at Issei. After that surprise someone arrived. It was none other than Baiko, an ally of Vala, which he took him, and Xerxes and Seraphil went to Issei to apologize for what his sister did, something that Issei just ignored him and was heading towards Ingvild. Xerxes tells Issei that talking about Ingvild's existence would be the other day, things that Issei also ignored, and he left with Ingvild. The other members stayed to rebuild the academy to start a new day. Chapter 17: The Revelation of Ingvild. After a long battle, Ingvild came home and fell asleep due to the expenditure of magic power which causes the disease to take effect. Issei wanted to let her rest, and he went to his classes. When he arrived at class, many asked about Ingvild, thinking that he did something bad to her, but then they shut up because of the look that sent killer instinct, and he told him that Ingvild was a little sick and passed his normal class, and went to his house. When he arrived, Ingvild was making food and gave her a smile and welcomed her. They went to eat until he received a call. Issei, who are you? He said seriously while having a magic circle on his ear. Azazel, it's me, Issei. I just want you to see me in that place, he said through the magic circle. Issei, and for what? He said seriously. Azazel, I just have questions, he said calmly. Issei, I also have a question for you. I'll go there, he said seriously and hangs up. Ingvild, who was Issei-san? She said curiously. Issei, it was the bird. I'll go see it because I have a question for it, he said not seriously. Ingvild, I'll go with you, she said as she stood up but was stopped. Issei, I won't go alone, since I want to talk privately, he said seriously. Ingvild, yes, he said a little sadly. After Issei said that he saw talking to Azazel, he went to the place where he is and sees that he is sitting in front of a river and with his fishing rod. Issei, you really wanted it, bird, he said not seriously as he approaches Azazel. Azazel, I just wanted to ask you about Ingvild, he said calmly as he entered the fishery. Issei, and what do you want to know about her? He said seriously. Azazel, I just wanted to know how you met her, he said curiously. Issei, ha ha ha, sigh. I met her when she was sealed in a cave, he said not seriously while sitting next to Azazel. Azazel, sealed, he said curiously as he gives him the other fishing rod. Issei, yes, he told me that he sealed it before he got sick from the demon disease, which makes him sleepy, something like that, Ingvild told me, he said not seriously as he grabbed the fish and started fishing. Azazel, then it's an eternal dream, he said lightly. Issei, an eternal dream, he said seriously. Azazel, it is a disease that demons get, which makes them fall asleep and at the same time their energy is slowly destroyed, causing the demon to lose its life, he said seriously. Issei, he also feels another presence in her, he said not seriously. Azazel, another presence, perhaps she also has one, he said seriously. Issei, what do you mean by that? He said seriously. Azazel, I may have a sacred gear, he said seriously. Issei, and how can you know and what type it is? He said seriously without being surprised since his ex-sister has one. Azazel, I can discover her with just a little of her presence, he said seriously. Issei, you mean that? He said while showing a ball of energy. It's from Ingvild. I took it without her noticing, he said not seriously while giving it to Azazel. Azazel, I will investigate it to find out the sacred gear, he said seriously. Issei, yes, that's all, I'm leaving, he said as he gets up and leaves, but first he stops to ask him the last question. You know, bird, can you do something about Ingvild's disease? He said not seriously. Azazel, No one has been able to save her from that disease, and maybe she will die too, he said seriously. Issei, fine, I'm leaving, he said seriously but is stopped. Azazel, Issei, you should know more about Ingvild's feelings, she loves you too much, you love yourself more than anyone else, what are you going to do about it? He said calmly. Issei, that's bad, because I don't feel anything at all, he said seriously while looking back at her with his mark activated and then walking away. Azazel, it seems that you will have to go a long way to declare your feelings, Ingvild, he said in his mind as he started fishing again. The next day, Issei and Ingvild go to class normally. Once recess time came, Issei decided to lie down on the grass for a while Ingvild sits next to him. Ingvild, she started making a melody with her lips. Issei, what is this tranquility? Why do I feel so calm? He said in his mind while his eyes were closed. In the occult club, the two clans Citri and Gremory were seen talking about the matter of the renegade demons until something unexpected happened. Mina, what's wrong with my body? I get sleepy out of nowhere, she said while trying to stand up. Saji, because out of nowhere I start to feel dizzy, he said with dizziness. Drake, you're not the only one who feels it, I also feel that it's those melodies, he said while he was trying not to sleep. Vitra, I think the same, Drake, he said while trying to hold back sleep. Rias, what's wrong? Hey, Mina, she said desperately as she watched Mina fall asleep. Sona, what was that? Because it was only them and not us, she said it would be while seeing Saji lying down giving the signal that he is asleep with Mina. With Issei. Ingvild still making his melody and Issei fell asleep. Ingvild sings calmly but then stops when the bell rang signaling the end of recess. Issei wakes up, stands up and stretches. I fell asleep, he said not seriously. At the club, you could see Mina and Saji getting up. Sona, Saji, what happened to you? She said seriously while watching her pawn get up. Saji, I don't know, out of nowhere I heard a melody, and then I felt like I was losing my strength, he said a little sleepy. Vitra/Drake/Mina, I think the same, said the three sleepily. The clans did not know what happened, but then they stopped waiting to investigate what happened. The next day, on the roof of the building, there was a boy standing while looking at Issei and Ingvild entering, and behind him he saw Rias and her entourage along with Sona and her entourage. Azazel, White wants power, Red wants his brother's forgiveness, and Issei, I don't know what his goal is, but I have a feeling that something very problematic is going to happen, he said calmly while looking. In the club after classes, the room was a very uncomfortable silence since this Issei and Ingvild in front of both kings and their entourages. Mina, what are you doing here, brother? She said curiously. Issei, if you say the last words to me, brother, I'll kill you, he said seriously and coldly, making everyone shiver. Azazel, I called him, he said calmly as he sat on the chair. Rias, hey, how did you get in and why are you in my chair? She said angrily. Akeno, how do I get in since we don't even feel his energy or movement? She said curiously. Issei, seriously, if they are weak, the bird entered the door, he said seriously, making an arrow go through his chest saying weak. All with a depressed aura because Issei called him weak. Azazel, here you have Issei, I investigated what you asked me, he said seriously while giving him an envelope. Issei, he just grabs the envelope and opens it, and starts reading it, he saved it while he had his eyes closed. Azazel, she is lucky that she fell into good hands and not into bad ones, because if she had fallen into the wrong hands, many would try to use her as a tool or worse, attract her sacred gear, he said seriously, causing everyone in the club to be surprised by what he said. Issei, he just stayed silent. Azazel, well, another question, Issei, he said calmly, what is that mark on your forehead that you have, he said seriously. Issei, I don't know, that's just how it comes out when I use my dark matter, he said seriously while telling him a lie. Azazel, now I see why Zerzek said that with that mark you look like a demon, he said calmly. Issei, that bastard, if you keep trying to get into my life I will not hesitate to go kill you, he said in his mind while he is angry. Azazel, well, from today on you will have to call me Azazel-sensei, he said calmly with a mocking smile. All Azazel-sensei, he said without believing it, but Issei and Ingvild didn't say anything. Azazel, also Zerzex gave me some orders. One is that all the members of Rias, including the boys, must move to the Haider family house, and the other is to train those who have sacred gear from the two entourages of Rias and Sona, he said with a mocking smile, and also Issei and Ingvild will have to be here in the occult club, he said with a smile. Issei, and why do I have to be here, he said angrily. Azazel, it's so that you are informed about the attack of Cow's Bridge, he said seriously. Issei, he just remained silent. It's okay, but if Gremory and Hyades start bothering me I'll leave that club, he said angrily and hatefully, making the aforementioned sad. The entire room did not even have the word to say what happened in that conversation, but then Issei and Ingvild leave the club, leaving only the two clans and Azazel until one breaks the silence. Ruruko, Azazel-sensei, why did he say that about good hands and bad hands, he said curious. Azazel, Ingvild is a mysterious girl and also special, he said not seriously. Tsubasa, but what do you mean, she said curiously. Azazel, well, he has three things. 1. His last name is not Kurigane, but his real last name is Ingvild Leviathan, descendant of Maus Leviathan, he said calmly. All what Teach screams in surprise. Azazel, and 2 have a sacred gear the most dangerous than Sekiryudai and Hakuryuku, he said seriously, is Nereid Kairi. Poem of the Endless Green Sea. Is a priest who is capable of controlling a large amount of water or being able to control dragons, he said seriously. Drake, now I understand, because when I heard a melody I felt that my strength was going away, he said while he mentally holds on to Mina's hand. Vitra, support with red, he said while it is realized in Saji's hand. Azazel, so you already woke him up, he said seriously. Well, this is where we finish, see you in the next class, he said calmly while he retreats in a magic circle. Everyone also did to start the next day. Chapter 18, Ingvild gets sick, the first time Issei despairs. At dawn, Issei was making food, but what seemed strange to him was that Ingvild no longer came down at the usual time for breakfast, so he went to his room and knocked on the door. Issei, hey Ingvild, you're going to be late if you don't get up, he said not seriously. Ingvild, he said not seriously without answering the question. Then he decided to go in and sees Ingvild in bed. Hey, are you okay? He said not seriously. Ingvild, I just feel tired and I feel hot too, she said tired. Just ignore the hand and that it's Ingvild. Issei, then you will have to stay. I will leave if you are hungry, the food will be in the fridge, he said not seriously after checking your temperature. Ingvild, I hope you do well in class, she said tired and sleepy. Issei leaves Ingvild at home to rest, and he went to class, but classes went crazy again since they realized that Ingvild did not come to class today, and after finishing classes he went to the club, but he did not want to, and Azazel wanted him there, but when he arrived the atmosphere became tense until one spoke. Ruruko, Issei-senpai and Ingvild-senpai said curious. Issei, she stayed home because she feels a little sick, he said lightly. Azazel, well, tomorrow is Saturday. At least I should train a little, as well as your Gasper and Mina, he said while pointing to a box of fruit and Mina. Issei, if that's all I'll take it back, he said seriously. After Issei leaves the club and heads towards his house, and when he arrived he decided to prepare the meals, but when he opened the fridge he saw that the food he left early in the morning had not been eaten. He went to Ingvild's room, which is sleeping. Issei, hey, do you feel bad? He said unseriously. Ingvild, oh hello Issei-san, how was your class? He said with a forced smile. Issei, well, a little boring, but if you change the subject, how do you feel? He said not seriously. Ingvild, I feel tired, she said tired. Issei, your temperature is the same as when I checked in the morning, he said in his mind not seriously. Have a good rest, he said not seriously, and then leaves the room. The next day, Issei went to see Ingvild, but what he saw was that Ingvild now had the flu, and he saw that she couldn't breathe well through her nose. But he didn't know what to do and decided to let her rest more and went shopping. but when he finished he went to her house to see how Ingvild was, but she was the same as in the morning, and he decided to go down. Issei. Because I feel that sensation, it's like I lost something, he said seriously in his mind while biting the nail of his thumb while feeling for the first time the feeling of despair, things that he did not know. Wait. Now what I think that bird gave me a leaf, it would be better if I called that crow, he said in his mind while getting up and looking for the leaf that Azazel gave him. As it was, I think he told me to apply a little magic. Well, I will give him a little of my power, he said seriously while expelling a little of his power, causing the leaf to disappear and a circle appears on his ear. Azazel, I'm busy right now, call me back later, she said through the call. Issei, if you hang up on me, I'll come for you, he said seriously. Azazel, that voice is you, Issei, he said a little surprised. Issei, I need you to do something, he said seriously. Azazel, ha, I couldn't do another day, he said a little annoyed. Issei, if you don't come today I'll be looking for you to kick your bucking ass, he said seriously and angry. With Azazel. There was a black-haired man with blonde highlights who was a little pale. Azazel, okay, tell me what you want me to do, he said curiously. Issei, it's about Ingvild, he said seriously. Azazel, okay, I'll go right away, he said not seriously. Issei, I'll wait for you at my house and don't worry, you can enter the magic circle, he said lightly. Azazel, okay, he said with a little fear as he remembered the part where he threatened if someone entered his house without permission. With Issei he was just waiting for the fallen one. It only took a few minutes, and the magic circle appears in the room. Azazel, ready, I'm here, he said calmly as he left the magic circle. Issei, okay, follow me, he said not seriously while accompanying the fallen man to Ingvild's room. It takes a few seconds to reach Ingvild's room and Issei opens it so the fallen one can enter. Issei, at least you can say what to do, he said lightly, but inside he felt desperate. Azazel, okay, I'll just check, he said not seriously while checking her. Okay, I'm done, she just has a cold, he said not seriously. Issei, and you can do something about it, he said not seriously while inside he felt desperate. Azazel, well, because of the sleeping sickness, the fever medications won't be effective. The only thing that can cure her is with the help of Rias's bishop, he said not seriously. Issei, you mean the nun, he said not seriously. Azazel, I see well in your eyes, you can see that you are desperate, he said in his mind while looking at the blonde. Tell me, Issei, are you desperate, he said a little curious. Issei, a desperate chum, I never felt that, he said seriously. Azazel, I see that this is the first time you feel, tell me, do you feel something as if you could lose something important to you, he said curiously. Issei, he just remained silent because Azazel told him the truth. Azazel, you just have to ask her for a little help, he said calmly as he left the room. Once he fell and retreated, Issei became upset because he had to ask Rias for help, the person he hates. The next day. Occult Club. The club members were seen doing their work, but then it was interrupted when someone entered. Mina, brother, she said surprised. Issei, can you shut up, he said seriously, making Mina stay silent. I have come to ask for help from your bishop the nun, he said not seriously. Rias, ask for help, huh? I already thought of something better, she said in her mind with a victorious face. Okay, but in exchange I ask you to join my entourage, she said calmly. The room was very silent until he felt a very dark presence, which is Issei, who is expelling his energy. Issei. He just stayed upset since she was power hungry and couldn't bear it until he advanced towards her. Rias, she is just laughing out of happiness since she thought he was going to accept, but that was not what she expected. She was curious and at the same time scared by the energy that was being expelled, but then her face changed into shock. Issei, I warn you, if you keep telling me to join your damn entourage, I'll kill you, he said angrily, serious and cold while lifting Rias with his hand until he was choking him. Rias, it's this good, she said with difficulty. After the blonde let out a laugh and left the club while his entourage except for Mina looked at him angrily. Akeno, how could you say that? If I came to ask Asia for help, that means I should do something with my healing magic, she said angrily. Everything went normally, but Issei was upset. But when Issei was going straight to his house but was stopped by the voice. Kurigane-san said calmly. Issei, what do you want? He said seriously. Asia, I came to help you out, she said, a little nervous. Issei, most likely that stupid Gremory sent you, he said angrily as he continues on his way but is then stopped. Asia, of course not, that's my decision. If you came to ask for help, that means you want my healing magic, right? She said determinedly. Issei, that's right, but I'll tell you once, if you lie to me I'll kill you, he said seriously, causing the nun to freak out. Asia, she's just shaking in fear. After Issei accepts Asia and accompanies him to his house, when he arrives he takes him to Ingvild's room. Issei, you can cure her of that fever, he said unseriously. Asia, yes, I'll try, she said calmly as she approaches him and begins to heal him with her priest-gear. A few minutes passed until the nun stopped healing her and stood up and addressed Issei. Asia, she's already cured, she just needs to rest a little more, she said calmly. Issei, I owe you an argento, he said not seriously while looking at Ingvild sleeping peacefully. Asia, yes, of course, Kurigane-san, she said calmly as she retreats into a magic circle. Issei. He approaches her, but when he was in front of her he got nervous. No, he said in his mind while moving his face from one side to the other. Well, it wouldn't be bad if I tried, he said in his mind while he was nervous, and then he approaches Ingvild's face. But when he got closer, he closed his eyes without realizing something. Ingvild, she just opened her eyes a little and saw Issei in front of her face, but she ignored it and closed her eyes, but then she feels something on her lips. Issei/Ingvild. They were kissing. Issei gave her first kiss. Ingvild thought it was a dream, but she would never imagine that that day was her first kiss. Only the third image of Meliodas. Imagine that he has his eyes closed. Ignore the symbol and the dialogues. After a minute of kissing, Issei separates, but with his face a little red. Issei gives him a kiss on the forehead. Rest well, Ingvild, he said calmly while smiling, but that smile was not cold or evil but a calm smile, and then he goes to his room to rest. The next day, Issei was making lunch, but then he hears some sounds on the stairs. Ingvild, good morning Issei-san, he said happily as he sat down. Issei, good morning Ingvild, he said not seriously. And you slept well, he said not seriously while serving him. Ingvild, yes, I slept well until I had a good dream thinking that they were kissing me and that felt real, she said happily. Issei, he just turned a little red. Ingvild, it's okay Issei-san, his face is red, she said a little curiously while looking at Issei a little red. Issei, I just looked away, it's nothing, he said with a little red face. Well, we better hurry up to go to class, he said while eating. Ingvild said nothing and ate. At school. Ingvild, I hardly pay attention in class, and that was noticed by two girls, and I waited for recess to come. Hello Ingvild-san, he said happily while greeting. Ingvild, hello Kate-san, she said happily while returning the greeting. Hello Kate, Ingvild, he said happily as he approaches the two girls. Kate, hey Ingvild, you hardly paid attention during class, and her look said she was in love, she said curiously. Ingvild, her face turns very red. What are you saying? She said nervously. Murayama, Kia Ingvild-san is in love, she said happily. And tell me who she is, she said curious. Ingvild, she gets nervous while her face is very red and says in a shy voice, Yes Issei-san, she said happily. Both this is in shock. Murayama, you like him even though he is very cold with others, he said in shock. Ingvild, no, it's not like that with me, she said happily while blushing. Kate, well, we can't stop you. If it's that person you like, we'll support you, she said happily. Ingvild, yes, thank you very much, she said happily. Murayama, well, let's eat, he said happily. After eating they went to their classes, but without thinking about what would happen from now on. OVA Chapter 19, Sona Citri. Hi, my name is Sona Citri. I just wanted to tell you what happened 12 years ago, she said calmly while closing her eyes. 12 years ago. A black-haired girl was seen, and next to her was a red-haired girl, which was next to the Hayato family's house, and she could see that there were 3 children playing, but they also decided to play with her. "Hello, my name is Rias Gremery," she said happily. "My name is Sona Citri," she said happily. Everything was going well until that day, when Mina's life changed a lot. "Rias, tell me, mine, do you believe in supernatural things?" she said lightly. "Mina, you mean angels and demons?" she said curiously. "Sona, that's right, and what would happen if we told you that we too are not human, but demons?" she said seriously. "Mina, well, I would have a hard time believing it," she said doubtfully. "Rias, well, we are demons," she said seriously while taking out her wings along with Sona. Mina was surprised since she thought it was just a joke. "Mina, this is why they tell me this," she said learnedly. "Rias, you are carrying an artifact that the biblical God created," she said while pointing at Mina. "Mina, artifact of God," she said confused. "Sona, yes, he carries a sacred gear known as the Issei, a celestial dragon that was feared by all biblical factions." Afterwards, Rias and Sona decided to talk to her about the supernatural, and then Mina decided to talk to her parents about things that also made her go into shock. After the declaration, Mina's parents decided to ask her a question. Mina's dad, "Hey, Rias, Sona Issei also has one," he said with hope to know that his son is also stronger. "My mother, yes, I also want to know," she said happily. "Rias, what a pity, let me tell you that he really has nothing, he is just a simple human who was born to be weak," she said proudly. "Sona, that's how it would be said, the weak die and the strong survive," she said it would be. "Sito, what happened?" he said confused as he entered the Hayato family house. The Hayato family and the 2 girls decided to explain everything about the factions, the sacred gear, and then he decided to do a bad idea. "Issei, what's up Otusa?" he said happily. "Dad, just gives him a slap on the cheek." "Issei, he just falls down while touching the cheek where I hit him. What's wrong Otusa and why are you hitting me?" he said confused. "Mom, because you were born very weak, and you shouldn't have been born at all," she said seriously. "Mina, I can't stand having a brother as weak as I," said Superior. "Rias, you just have to name me Rias-sama," she said proudly. "Sona, and you have to call me Sona-sama," she said proudly. "Shido, I don't want a weak friend like you," he said seriously. "Dad, okay, we're going to tie you up," he said seriously while tying him with a chain. "Issei, don't wait for it Otusa," I scream in despair. Dad hits Issei's face furiously. "We are no longer his parents," furious shout. After the Hayato family and his friends tied up the brown-haired boy and took him to a basement where they began to beat him for days, weeks and months until the day they got bored and Issei's parents asked him what else they could do to make him suffer more. See on Sona. A girl was seen reading an old book. "Sona, a dimension, let's see what it says," she said seriously as she began to read. "In the human world there is a portal where I will open and it leads to a totally dangerous place. There is a very dark world that makes the light be consumed by darkness and there are monsters," she said surprised since in that book there were things that she did not know but she stopped reading it since she heard Issei's ex-family saying that he had gotten bored with the Hayato family. Everyone was pensive because they didn't know what to do with him. "Dad, I'm already bored of hitting so much," he said seriously. "Mom, besides, his noise bothers me now, he sounds like a stray dog," she said seriously. "Mina, you don't know what else to do," she said bored. "Sona, well, I read that there will be a portal nearby where there is a monster," she said while showing the book. "Dad, good idea, we should just throw it there and that's it," he said happily. After Sona said that she saw Issei's ex-father pulling Issei's chain which had a lost look and arrived at the place where he was going to throw Issei, and saw that out of nowhere a portal opened and Issei's parents decided to throw him, and then the portal closed. They all went to their respective houses and Sona stayed reading until it left him frozen. "Sona, in that dimension there are not only monsters but also creatures that are capable of destroying a town. That creature collects beings that fall into that dimension, turning them into its soldiers," she said with a little fear, one of the creatures that managed to get out of there? That creature managed to destroy 5 towns and several angels, fallen angels, and demons. She said with fear. Oh no, because I didn't read that part. She said with fear. The next day, Sona had arrived at the Hayate family house telling the part that she didn't read, making Mina's parents, Mina and Shido, regret having thrown him out and left him carrying his regret without knowing that the future would bring him more suffering than he feels today. Chapter 20. Let's go to the underworld. In the occult club, all the members of the Gremory clan were seen, and Issei and Ingvild were also waiting for a person. Azazel. Well, since you're all going to the underworld, your Issei has to go too, along with Ingvild, he said calmly while sitting on Rias's chair. Rias, how did you get in? She said, surprised since she couldn't feel the movement. Issei. He entered through the door, he said seriously. Azazel. That's right, that's why you lack training, he said calmly. We'll see each other that day to go to the underworld, he said calmly as he retreats in a magic circle. The next day, everyone was there to take the train, including the Citri and Issei clan along with Ingvild. Rias. Well, that's my family's train, he said calmly, trying to impress Issei. Issei. I ignore what Rias said and got on first, and Ingvild went behind. Rias became sad as she wanted to get his attention, and everyone got on the train including Azazel and the Citri clan, and Issei sits on a window while Ingvild sits next to him. Kiba, hey Kurigane-kun, could you show me your sword? He said curiously. Issei. He just summons his sword and puts it on the table. Zenobia, can I touch it? She said curiously while receiving a nod from Issei, and then she grabbed the handle and tried to lift the sword but couldn't. Because they are heavy, she said with difficulty, breathing from trying to carry the sword. Issei, it's because I carry all the killing I've done in that sword, he said, not seriously, making me shiver thinking about how many I killed. Ruruko, Issei-senpai, what were you like before? He said curiously. Issei, from my childhood or when I was in that dimension, he said not seriously. Ruruko, when you were a child, he said curiously. Issei, I don't remember anything, he said not seriously. Gasper, senpai, what were you doing in that dimension? He said curiously. Issei, we were in a war, he said unseriously. All wars, he said curiously. Gasper wanted to ask, but he couldn't anymore since he was about to enter the Gremory clan, but the train suddenly stopped, causing everyone to almost fall, but Issei wasn't lucky since Ingvild fell on top of Issei, causing their faces to be very close, but they both blush, but then they compose themselves, acting as if nothing happened, and Azazel appears. Azazel, well, I think the train is not going to move. I'll go see it, he said calmly as he walked away. After a few minutes everything changed and they fell to the ground. Mina, oh, what happened? She said in pain as she received a blow to the head. Saji, where is Azazel-sensei and Kaicho? He said desperately while trying to find him. Issei, you can shut your mouths, he said seriously, making everyone stay silent. All the members who were there did not know why until they heard a loud sound and a dragon appeared. Mima, what is that? It's a dragon, she said with fear. Tsubaki/Akeno, while our king is away, we will take command, she said seriously. Kaneko, she didn't listen to her queen's order and decided to attack him first, but she couldn't anymore since she was the first one to receive the blow. Asia, Kaneko-chan, she said scared as she went to help her friends. Kiba/Zenobia, we will be their opponents, he said seriously as they attack with their swords but are stopped with the dragon's horns, causing them to fall on top of the Citri clan knights. Mina, Saji said it would be. Saji, good, he said determinedly. Mima/Saji, shoot dragon, he said seriously while they attack, but then they realized that it didn't hurt him. Mina, seriously, she said in shock. Dragon, just stomps on them, making everyone fall. Swabas, damn, we can't take it anymore, she said loudly and tiredly. Dragon was going to throw a fireball but is interrupted when someone hit him in the face. Gremory/Citri, they were in shock since Issei was able to hit him. Dragon, Aarg, he screamed while trying to attack Issei with his fist, who was in the sky. Issei, He just activates his mark and with his feet he kicks the dragon's fist, causing his arm to go backwards. Dragon. With his other arm he tried to hit him but was stopped by ice. Ingvild. She was using her magic, making her dragon arm frozen. Issei went straight towards the dragon, hitting its chest, causing it to fall. Dragon. I don't hesitate to attack him with a fireball with a little more potential than before. Issei, full counter, he said seriously while making the fire return with double power. Dragon. He received the blow but then he tried to throw a punch but he couldn't because he looked down and saw his frozen legs. Issei and Ingvild were going to continue attacking the dragon but were stopped by a voice. Azazel. I think that's enough, he said calmly, but inside he was nervous since he never expected that Issei and Ingvild could counterattack. Rias. I'm sorry but Anasama also agreed, she said worriedly while her partner Citri nodded. Azazel. Besides, that was a test and that's it, he said calmly. Everyone, what test? We were almost going to die, they shouted angrily except Issei and Ingvild. Azazel. Well, let me introduce you to Tannen. He is a former Dragon King, he said calmly. Tannen. Don't forget that I got the deal, he said seriously. Hey Drake, listen to me, he said calmly while waiting for the answer. Drake. Yes, how long? Tannen, he said calmly. Mina. He knows him, she said without believing it. Drake. Yes, he was a good friend, he said calmly. Mina. If he was your friend, why didn't you tell them to stop? She said, a little angry. Drake. What? I wasn't going to get involved in their game, he said calmly, causing everyone who fought with the dragon to panic a little. Tannen. You too, he said calmly while pointing at Issei and Ingvild. Fought well. I suppose you used all your power, right? He said calmly while the others thought that he used all his power, but hearing that left a big chill in them. Ingvild. Well, I only used 50% of my power, she said calmly. Issei. Huh. I only used 35% of my power, he said seriously. Let's go Ingvild, he said seriously as he turns around and leaves while Ingvild follows him. Everyone was already chilled and at the same time surprised, thinking how strong it is. Tannen. Tell me, where do you know that brat? He said not seriously. Azazel. You should call him more than a brat, he said calmly while confusing the dragon. The girl is called Ingvild and is descendant of Mouse Leviathan, he said calmly while the dragon is surprised. And the boy is Issei Kurigane, a human who fought against Cabile and Ceria, he said calmly. Tanny. One is a descendant and the other is a human who fought with two strong beings, Jum. It seems that they work well together. She even made me take out 55% of my power, he said calmly while the members who fought with Tanny scared him more. In the hot springs. With the girls. They were all staring at Ingvild while she tried to cover herself well from everyone's gaze. Rias. So she has a body like that, she said surprised. Irina. She has a good body that I envy. Oh, forgive me, Michael-sama, she said with envy. Asia. She was just crying because she thought that her friend Ingvild was too big for her body. Sona/Ruruko/Tsubasa. They really are annoying when you find a beautiful girl that we, said annoying in the mind. Kaneko. She just looked at her small body while imagining the body as Ingvild. Mina. I can't believe it, she's much prettier than Bucho or Kaicho. I can't believe my brother is with a girl like her, she said in her mind with envy. Ingvild. She is nervous because of the stairs and tries to cover herself with the water but then feels that it grabs her. Akeno. Her skin is white and she has a good chest and hips, she said calmly while grabbing Ingvild's breasts. Ingvild. Kaya, leave me, she screams nervously as she quickly walks away from everyone. At the thermal baths. With the boys. Everyone is looking up, which is where the women's thermal baths are. Azazel. What are they doing out of nothing? A scream was heard, he said while looking up. Issei. I just remained silent while looking up. Kiba. Come on Gasper, don't be afraid, he said with a forced smile. Gasper. No, I don't want to go in there, screams crying. Issei. He closed his eyes as he tried to hold back those noises but he couldn't until he exploded. Can you shut up, damn half-vampiro, angry shout. Gaper. He just sits quietly. After finishing bathing, they met again to go to a mansion. Issei. Now what's wrong with you? He said not seriously. Ingvild, it's nothing, she said with a red face as he almost kept looking at her and asking her questions that told her things that she didn't answer. Issei ignored what he had, and even if they went to the mansion of one of the two kings. Chapter 21, Meeting the Parshiks. After taking a shower, Issei wondered where the fallen one was and asked the others. Issei, hey, where's the bird? He said seriously. Akeno, he went to meet with the mouse Lucifer-sama, she said calmly. Issei, as soon as I meet that bird, I'm going to kick his ass when I see him, he said in his mind, annoyed. Ingvild, and where are we going to sleep? She said curiously. Tsubaki, Azazel sensei told me to go sleep at Rias-sama's mansion, she said seriously, although inside she was afraid of how he would react. Issei, and then he puts me to sleep with that Gremry, he said in his mind with annoyance. Issei and Ingvild had to accept, and went straight to Rias's mansion. Not only did Rias's entourage come, but Issei and Ingvild also came along with Sona and her entourage. When the new members arrived, they were surprised. Mina, that's not a home, that's a real mansion, she said surprised. Issei, now I see where that stupid Gremry's arrogance comes from, he said seriously, making the aforementioned sad. I imagine that Citri also, he said seriously, making the aforementioned sad as well. His entourage of Rias and Sona looked at him with disappointment, but when they were about to walk, someone opened the door, and it was a maid. That maid was Grafia. Grafia, welcome, she said calmly as she greeted the guests. Everyone stepped inside, but when Issei passed by the maid, she only felt a chill, and the Grafia maid just treated it as normal, but inside they had chills. The new members of both clans were surprised to see many maids, and Issei just ignored them and walked, and Ingvild, she was not impressed since in front of her mother she told her about hell. Until a 12-year-old boy arrived. And, he said happily as he came running to hug her. Rias, hello soldiers, I see that you have grown a lot, she said happily while hugging her nephew. Go say hello to the new members of my nobility and that of Sona, she said happily. Milikas, yes, he said calmly as he stood in front. My name is Milikas Gremry, it's a pleasure, he said happily. Rias, he is my nephew, he is my brother's son, she said calmly. Milikas, are you the human that my father told about, he said happily while standing next to Issei. Issei, I just ignore what he said. Milikas, hey, what's your name? He said respectfully when asked his name. Issei Kurigane, said not seriously. Grafia, come in here as the matriarch, she said calmly as she watched everyone passing by, but she doesn't get used to Issei's presence since it gives her chills when he passes by her. They're here now, said a brown-haired woman. Rias, yes, I'm here, mother, she said happily as she watched her mother approach. Sona, mother, she said surprised as she saw her mother approaching. Plas. A sound took hold as the mother of Rias and Sona approached to slap him. Rias, mother, for she couldn't finish her sentence because her mother interrupted. Do you think I didn't find out what you did? She said angrily. I say the same to you, Sona, she said annoyed. Well, we'll talk about your punishment later, she said angrily, but then changed to a calm look. Well, sorry for doing that at that moment. My name is Venelana Gremry, nice to meet you, she said happily. And you are Issei Kurigane. I apologize for what Risa and Sona did to you, she said while bowing just like Sona's mother. Issei, I just ignore it. My name is Alexis Citri, nice to meet you, she said, not serious. Gremry/Citri, it's a pleasure to meet you, Venelana-sama and Alexa-sama, he said while bowing slightly. Venelana, come on, I accompanied him to the dining room, he must have money, she said happily. Rias's mother accompanied her guests to a room where there was a large dining room, but when she entered she was also surprised because the Phoenix clan family was there. Wow, they arrived faster than I imagined, said a young man with red hair. Please take a seat, he said calmly as he watched all the guests sit down, and then rang the bell to bring the food. While the food is coming, let me introduce myself. My name is Joshua, the leader of the Citri clan, he said unseriously. It's a pleasure to see you, she said calmly while looking at the entourages of both clans. My name is Ilaria Phoenix, and this is my husband Richard Phoenix, she said while pointing at her husband. My name is Zeodicus, leader of the Gremory clan, he said calmly. Once everyone was introduced, they sat down to eat, and the leaders of the Gremory clan are sitting on the edge of the table, and on the left side are the leaders of the Citri clan, and on the right is the Phoenix clan. The members of the Gremory clan are sitting next to the Citri clan, and the members of the Citri clan are sitting next to Issei and Ingvild because he is sitting in front of the children of the Phoenix family. Once the food arrived, everyone started eating, but everyone there was surprised as they saw Issei and Ingvild eating as if they were high-class devils. During the meal they left quietly, and when they finished eating, one decided to break the silence. Zeodicus, I'm surprised that you, who are guests, know how to eat as if you were a high-class demon, he said calmly. Issei, I just ignore. Razor, TSK, hey human, don't you see he's talking to you, he said angrily. Playash. Ilaria Phoenix, she was the one who hit Razor on the head, can you shut up, she said angrily. Josue Citri, speaking of that, I heard from Seraphil that it is true that you know that creature that appears everywhere, he said seriously. Issei, so what, are you already crying because demons like that attack him, he said seriously. Everyone was surprised except both the Citri and Gremory clans by his way of speaking. Joshua Citri, what do you mean? He said angrily. Issei, you guys are crying because you are being attacked by low-class demons, he said seriously. Richard Phoenix, lower classes? What do you mean by that? Besides, his strength is almost like that of middle-class demons, he said angrily because Issei is calling him weak. Issei, the blue demons are lower classes and the red demons are middle classes, and that's not even considering they have faced the other 3 ranks of demons, he said seriously. And what are those ranks? He said curiously. Issei sees a girl who looks like his mother. The missing demons are high and supreme classes, but there is something they should be careful of, and those are the elite class demons, he said seriously. Venelana, there are many types of demons, and which are the high and supreme class demons, she said curiously. Issei, the upper classes are the grey demons and the supreme ones are giant demons, he said seriously. Ingvild, she is just listening. Ilaria, and the elite classes, she said curiously. Issei, they are demons who carry the order to the demons, he said seriously. Zeodicus, in some cases, it is they who command those demons to attack us, he said seriously. Issei, you're wrong, those demons are commanded by the demons that are in Cow's Breaches. I doubt it's them, he said seriously. And why do you say that? She said curiously about a girl who looks like Ilaria Phoenix. Issei, ha ha ha, the elite class demons are only 10 demons and there are no more demons. Those 10 demons were given a commandment by the leader of the demons, he said seriously. All commandments? He said curiously and confused. Issei, commandments are like curses. For example, a demon was given the commandment of truth, and his curse is that any person who lies in his presence will turn to stone, he said seriously. In addition, those demons are what bring more destruction than those supreme and low-class demons, he said seriously. Zeodicus, now that's a problem, he said seriously. Issei, and he hasn't finished yet. The one you should be most careful of is the captain and vice-captain of the 10 commandments. They bring more destruction than the 10 commandments, and they don't show an ounce of mercy, things that not even the mouse Lucifer can do against them, he said seriously. Zeodicus, you're saying that my son is no match for them, he said angrily as he stood up. Issei, of course he won't be able to, he said seriously as he stands up. Besides, believe me, I've already been close to him, and believe me, not even I would want to fight him, he said seriously and leaves. Ingvild, she also gets up and leaves with Issei. After a long minute of silence, one breaks the silence. Venelana, you also have to rest so that your training can begin, she said calmly. All of Rias and Sona's entourage went to rest while the leaders and children of the Phoenix family stayed. Venelana, hey Grafia, since they arrived you've been acting strange, she said calmly while looking at the aforementioned. Grafia, ha ha ha, excuse me Venelana, but that boy named Issei gives me chills when he passes by me, she said a little tired while sitting at the table. Ilaria, what does that mean? She said curiously. Grafia, I feel like he's telling the truth, she said calmly while calling everyone's attention. Alexa, what does that mean? He said confused. Grafia, when he said 2 commandments, we have to be more careful since young Issei showed almost that personality, she said with a bit of a chill. Young Issei was the one who defeated the leader Cabile and cruelly killed the descendant of Mao's Leviathan Ceria Leviathan, she said with a bit of fear. The whole room fell silent. The leaders of the 3 clans were shocked by what he said. Entourage of Rias Sona / the 2 children of the Phoenix family. I wish I never met that person, he said in his mind with a little fear while an image comes to him. The last son, who was Rias, just took it as a stupid joke, saying in his mind that he is superior to Issei, and after finishing chatting everyone went home to wait for a new day. Chapter 22, The Beginning of Training. After speaking with the patriarchs, Rias and Sona's father decided to talk about the topic they were talking about with Issei, causing Xerxes and Seraphal to take it as a warning, and on the other hand, Sona and Rias' entourage were in front of the fallen angel since he is the one who will give him training. But not only that. They were also all surprised because Issei and Ingvild were also going to train. Azazel, well, first I'll go with you, Saji and Minako, since you're also dragons, he said calmly while looking at the sky. Everyone was curious as to why the fallen man was looking at the sky. When everyone began to look at the sky, they saw a large, dark silhouette giving the signal that he was coming down, and when he came down, everyone was surprised. Saji / Mina, wait, it wasn't the dragon that day, he said in shock. Azazel, he will be your trainer, so good luck, he said calmly. Tannen, he just grabbed Saji in one hand and Mina in the other hand, with that he withdrew me, he said calmly. Issei, hey, I'll go with you too, let's go Ingvild, he said not seriously. Azazel, he just laughs with a mocking smile. Issei asks me what kind of training will you guys do, he said curiously with a mocking smile. Issei, I don't like sharing my training, and don't think that I'm going to train those pathetic dragons. I'm only going because I want Ingvild to improve his magic control, he said seriously while he creates his dark wings and Ingvild also takes out his wings and they leave. He played with Tanny. Saji, Kichou, screamed while crying. Mina, Bou, screamed while crying. Inside the mansion were the parents of Rias, Sona and Riser surprised. Ilaria, on that human, his wings are very large and very dark, as if they represented darkness, she said surprised. Joshua, besides, that girl is not weak, her wings say so, he said not seriously. After the parents of Rias, Sona and Razor were surprised about Issei and Ingvild, the fallen angel Azazel continued giving his training routine to the other members and Tanny arrives where her training territory was. Tanny, well, this is where we will be training, he said calmly while releasing the 2 dragons. Issei, I want a part of that territory so I can train with Ingvild, he said seriously as he comes down from the sky. Tanny, okay, go to that place, there you will be undisturbed, he said calmly while pointing to a mountain. Issei and Ingvild didn't waste time and went to that place where Tanny taught him, but Mina was sad since she thought they were going to train together. Tanny didn't waste time either and decided to throw fireball, causing Saji and Mina to run away and the other members of the Citri and Gremry nobility doing their training. And about Issei and Ingvild's training, they are training like when they trained at the beginning, making Ingvild control his power of water and ice well, and Issei decides to teach a technique. Issei, well Ingvild, you've improved a little. I've decided to teach you a technique, he said seriously. Ingvild, and what is that technique? She said curiously. Issei, throw a light attack at me, he said seriously. Ingvild, yes, she said calmly as she stretched out her hand and threw a light water ball. Issei, full counter, he said seriously while launching an attack but increased twice as much as the attack that Ingvild launched. Ingvild, Kaya, she said a little hurt since at first she was surprised but at the same time she tried to defend herself but she couldn't, causing him to receive the damage. Issei, that's one of my skills. I'm sure it will be useful to you one day, he said seriously. Ingvild, well, that's how I do it, she said determinedly. Issei, when he launches an attack, Just concentrate that his magic is covered in your sword no matter how you do it. It always has to hit that attack and then it is reflected, making the power that the owner of that attack launch double, he said seriously. Ingvild does the same thing as Issei said. Issei was going to continue explaining, but then he heard an explosion, and that's when another idea occurred to him. Issei, wait for me here. I'll be back later, he said seriously while flying. Ingvild, what is Issei-sen going to do? She said calmly as she watched Issei flying. Issei went straight to where the dragon was, and when he arrived he saw how he was training it, and Tani was going to follow him, but she felt Issei's presence which stopped attacking Minako and Saji. Tani, may I know what you came for? He said calmly. Issei, I want you to help me with something. In return I help you train those pathetic ones, he said seriously. Tanin, and you want me to help you, he said calmly. Issei, follow me, he said seriously as he goes straight to Ingvild. The two of them went to Ingvild to explain their plan. Tanin, tell me I can help you, he said seriously. Issei, I need your fire potential. I need you to throw from light to stronger so that Ingvild can master the technique, he said seriously. Tanin, what technique is it? He said curiously. Issei, do you remember the attack you launched at me? He said seriously while Tanin nodded. And you see that I returned it to you. That is the technique that Ingvild has to improve, he said seriously. Tanin, I'll just start with a mild attack and then I'll gradually increase it, he said seriously. Issei, that's right, and I'll take care of those useless people, he said seriously. This is how Tani decided to train Ingvild, by slowly throwing fire at him, and Issei arrived where the two dragons were, and Mina was happy to be with her brother, but then her face changed from happiness to terror as Issei was training him, to which Issei was seriously attacking him and Mina and Saji, who cursed himself for changing trainers and would rather continue escaping from the fire than battle Issei. But unfortunately they were both left all chipped and some part of their body in pain and bruises. After several weeks passed, everyone had to meet in the courtyard of the Gremry mansion. Rias and Sona were together with their entourages and their parents. There were also guests from the Phoenix family, and they were talking, and then they were interrupted when a silhouette came down from the sky, and it was Tanin. Tanin, we're here, he said while looking at Ingvild. Ingvild, thank you for bringing me Tanin Azazel, she said calmly as she went down. Rias and Minako, she said calmly. Tanin, she is with that boy, he said calmly. Ingvild, if she is being trained by Issei-san, her training will be worse than Tanin Azazel's training, she said calmly as she sat down. Tanin, I wonder what kind of training he's giving those brats, he said calmly while looking at the mountain where he took him. Everyone is also curious to know Issei's way of training and was also looking at that place, but then is surprised as a ray of darkness fell, causing it to hit the ground and be all cracked. But everyone did not know who it was because of the smoke. But after the smoke was gone they saw that it was Issei, and next to him were Minako and Saji, all hurt, and with a few bruises. Issei, it was just a waste of time, he said seriously as he approached Ingvild. Rias, Mina, she said, a little worried. Sona, Saji, also worried about his pawn. Rias, Asia, come and heal them, she said, a little worried. Issei, leave it, he said seriously. Rias, what do you mean? She said, a little upset. Issei, the reason they don't get stronger is because they never get used to the pain. The pain is what teaches them the lesson that they have to get stronger, he said seriously while moving his head back with a mark. Venelana, well, how about you go and rest since tomorrow the meeting of the young demons starts, she said a little nervously. The young people obeyed and returned to their rooms to rest and wait for a new tomorrow. Chapter 23, Meeting of the Young Demons. After a long rest, Rias's parents asked one of their servants to tell them that the time for the youth meeting would soon arrive. Rias, guys, today is the youth meeting, so I hope you get ready well, she said calmly. All yes, Bucho, she said determinedly. Ingvild, a meeting that will be Issei-san, she said calmly. Issei, no idea, he said without importance. Ingvild, she said a little angry while puffing out her cheeks. After a few hours passed, and at night the group of Rias and Sona met, and even asked about Issei. Sona, And Issei will come, she said, not very curious. Rias, I don't know, I don't even see Ingvild, she said while searching. Mina, I hope he comes, she said sadly. After a few minutes the whole room felt two presences. Damn, what is that power? He said without believing it. Demons, it is equal or superior to a high-class demon, he said surprised. Mina, that power is undoubtedly Issei's, she said happily. The demons looked at the door and after a few seconds the door opened and they saw two people, a boy and a girl. The boy had his clothes as usual and the girl had the same clothes when she met Issei. Just remove Issei's forehead mark. Demons, ha ha ha, how can a human have that power and even more that human, he said arrogantly. Demons, I don't know who invited you here so get out you stinky humans, he said annoyed as he approaches Issei. TKS you are probably deaf you imbecile, he said annoyed not knowing that he dug his own grave. Issei, take your disgusting hand off my shoulder, he said seriously and cold. Rias, oh no, she said worriedly. Damn, you're a damn, he said seriously while launching an attack of destruction. Issei, he just moved to one side, dodging the attack. Demons, TKS bad, he couldn't finish his sentences anymore. Issei hits him under the mouth causing the demon to fly upwards and hits the ceiling causing him to remain stuck for a few minutes. Demon, no it can be, he said without believing it and with pain and then he breaks away from the fact and falls brutally. After Issei hit that demon, everyone was surprised. Rias, Sona and Mina tried to talk to Issei but he ignored them and Ingvild. Well, she was talking to Rias and Sona's entourage. Everything was quiet until she heard some voices. Ha ha ha, it stinks of hitch virginity, said a boy with a lot of arrogance. TKS can you shut up, she said annoyed. Rias, I imagined it, she said somewhat discouraged. Mina, what do you mean by those? He said confused. Sona, that happens when two demons from different clans come together, she said calmly. Wow, so they got back together, huh? He said calmly. Rias, Serorg, what are you doing? She said surprised. Serorg, I came to separate those pair of idiots, he said calmly. Rias, look carefully, he is the number one of the strongest young demons, she said attentively. Serorg, well, who wants me to end up lying down, you girl or your arrogant brat, he said seriously. What did you say, you damn evil? He could not finish the sentence as he received a blow from Serorg. Serorg, I warned you, he said seriously, and you, he said seriously while looking at the girl. Demon girl, okay, I got it now, she said calmly as she walked away. Serorg turns back to Rias but sees the blonde. Who are you? He said seriously while looking at Issei. Issei, I was just sitting there watching Saigori. Soldier, attention young demons, it's time for you to enter, he said seriously. The pure blood demons entered and Serorg also entered. What happened at the meeting was that all the demons and the young demons' entourages came in and sat in the back. In front of the guests were the young demons and in front of the young demons were the demonic advisors and the mouse. Counselor, well, since you are here, I want to know your wishes, he said seriously. First, introduce yourself, Rias Gremory. Rias, my goal is to be the queen of the Rindy gamers, she said determinedly. Issei, even in that you have not changed, stupid Gremory, always the same, hungry for power, he said seriously in his mind. Counselor, it's not bad at all, he said seriously. Well, you sound citry, he said seriously and firmly. Sona, I want to build a school for the lower and middle class demons, she said it would be. Issei, a school for demons, he said seriously in his mind. All the counselors, ha 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 ha, a school for the devils of the lower and middle class, that is a good dream, ha 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 ha, he screamed with laughter. Counselor 3, stupid girl, the demons of the lower and middle classes always have to serve those of the upper or supreme classes. We are not like a babysitter to be teaching those weaklings how to fight, he said angrily. Issei, since when do you already care about the weak? He said in his mind with little surprise. Besides, those demons don't care if they are from different classes, they treat him very badly. How I would like to kill them, he said in his mind. At first he was serious, but then he changes with an evil smile while being looked at by Ingvild. Sona, I mean it, she said seriously. Counselor, good dream you have. Also forget about that stupid dream and get ready because we are going to compromise you, he said seriously and firmly. Advisor 4. He was just looking at the young people, but his gaze changed to the guests, and he decided to keep an eye on her until he noticed something. Wait, she's not Kono, he said in his mind, surprised as he saw Ingvild smiling at Issei, and an image of an acquaintance of his came to him. Liz changes to the person the counselor remembered, and Elizabeth changes to Ingvild. Counselor 2, we had a good time with the other Serorg Bale, he said seriously. Serorg, I want to become a mouse, he said seriously and determined. Counselor 3, for a demon without the power of destruction, I don't think you could achieve that stupid dream, he said seriously. Ingvild, just as my mother told me, she said calmly as she got a little closer to Issei's face. Issei, and what does it have with what your mother said, he said seriously. Ingvild, my mother had told me that the counselors were hateful to demons without the power of destruction and to demons of lower and middle classes, he said calmly. Issei, I see, but that Bale boy has more power than the other, even if it's not the power of destruction, he said seriously. I made my way through everything until they decided to retreat. The entourage of Rias and Sona decided to speak with Ingvild, and Rias and Sona tried to speak to Issei, but he ignored him until he saw an advisor approaching them. Counselor, nice to see you, Miss Ingvild Leviathan, he said calmly. Ingvild, how do you know my name? She said curiously. Counselor, I met your mother, you look just like her, he said calmly. Everyone was silent and shocked by what the demon advisor said. Chapter 24. Meeting with the god Odin and is attacked. Everyone was surprised because one of the demonic advisors knew the identity of Ingvild. Ingvild, how do you know my name? He said it would be. Counselor, he is surprised because his serious manner is the same as the person he met. Well, I met your mother a long time ago, he said calmly. Well, I just came to say hello, but I hope that another day we can talk about that subject, so I'm leaving, he said calmly and then leaves. After talking with the advisor, everyone went for a walk around the castle of the mouse Lucifer while waiting for a leader who was invited to him, and therefore the group of Gremory and Citri had calmed down among themselves, and Rias and Mina tried to talk to Issei, but he ignored him, and therefore Sona just kept watching since she realized something. Sona, haha, she sighed. At least here I give up. I know Issei will never talk to me, she said sadly. Ingvild, she just looked at Sona and then changed her gaze to Issei, where he was sitting at a window looking outside. Seeing Issei stand like that, she will never be able to forgive him even if she is sorry, she said in her mind. Ingvild, seeing that he was bored of being inside, decided to go out for some fresh air and seized that dragon that he trained. Ingvild, hello Azazel, he said happily. Tannen, but it's you, he said calmly. Ingvild, what are you doing? I ask a question. Tannen, just here talking to some people I know, he said calmly, although I have a question for you, he said curiously. Ingvild, tell me, she said confused. Tannen, how did you meet that boy? He said curiously. Ingvild, well, he found me sealed in a cave, she said calmly. Tannen, in a cave because, said curious. Ingvild, it's because a friend of mine sealed me when that illness took over me, she said sadly. Tannen, a disease, he said curiously. Ingvild, if an illness which gives an eternal sleep, she said sadly. Tannen, impossible. If you got the eternal sleep disease, you shouldn't be open or at least have more power, he said surprised. Ingvild, yes, she said a little sad, and by the way, I have a doubt, she said curious. Tannen, tell me, he said curiously. Ingvild, how can you conquer a person who loves you? She said curiously. Tannen, he remained silent for a moment. Well, I don't know how to tell you. The truth is that dragons and demons are different races, he said, a little embarrassed. Ingvild, and how dragons fall in love, she said curiously. Tannen, the truth is that male dragons like strong female dragons, he said calmly. He looks at Ingvild with a depressed aura. What do you have? He said curious. Ingvild, So Issei-san wants girls harder than me, he said with a little sadness while a depressed aura comes out. Tannen, seeing his reaction, you're jealous, right? He said curiously. Ingvild, I am as jealous as you think, he said nervously while putting his hands on his cheeks and with his face all red. Tannen, seeing your reaction, that explains everything. Tell me, do you like him? He said, curious. Ingvild, yes, he said with a red face. Tannen, I only know that demons make commitments, but I suppose that young man is human, so you should conquer him like humans do when they meet, right? He said curiously. Ingvild, haha, I already want to give him a hug and a kiss, he said with a blush on his face while imagining a dream. Ingvild's imagination. Issei and Ingvild were seen near his face. Issei, I love you, Ingvild, he said calmly. Ingvild, me too, she said calmly. They both kissed. End of imagination. Tannen, neutral face, he just stared at Ingvild with his face red. Ingvild, I even dreamed when Issei was kissing me, I even felt like it was real, flush face, he said blushing. Well, who are we ending up with? Azazel, I have to go in, she said calmly as she walked away. Tannen, wow, it seems that he is very much in love. I know that one day that boy will also fall in love with her, he said calmly. If they get together, it will seem like an inseparable love, he said calmly as he watched Ingvild entering the meeting room. With Ingvild. She is walking while looking for Issei until she found him sitting on a window while looking through the window. Ingvild, hello Issei-san, she said calmly while showing her smile. Issei, where the hell were you? He said unseriously. Without the front brand. Ingvild, I was talking to Azazel, she said calmly while showing her smile. Issei, I see, and, he said not seriously and could not finish his sentence because someone spoke loudly. Searches, attention young demons, from today on we are going to have a new ally, that's right, it's the god Odin, the father of all from the Asgard faction, he said seriously while looking at his demons. Well, although I appreciate that, I will still sign that alliance, he said calmly while he was going to touch a wall to sign the alliance, but he couldn't because a magic circle appeared making him stop. So now you come to get in the way, huh? He said seriously while looking back. I can't let the god Odin make an alliance with inferior beings. How low have you fallen? He said seriously. Odin, Loki, return to Asgard and we will arrest you for your crimes, he said seriously. Azazel, what an unexpected guest, he said calmly. Loki, then come my dear son Fenrir, he said seriously while behind him there was a giant wolf making everyone tremble with fear. The wolves attacked the demons, and then jumped to the ceiling and jumped back to the ground, causing a huge piece of the slab to fall towards a demon, but that piece was destroyed by a fallen angel. It's okay Akeno, I said calmly. Akeno, TKS, got upset. With Rias and Mina. While the attack was happening at Odin's meeting, Rias, Mina and Tannen were outside fighting against two individuals from the Cow's Breed's member. Then Chiron, will you come with me? She said seriously. Kaneko, I won't even go with a murderer like you, she said while crying. Since then the member of the Cow's Breed attacks fiercely towards Kaneko, but is protected by Mina, which makes her expel power, and takes out her balance breaker form and attacks towards the member of Cows, and the red dragon fought with the monkey of the member of Cow's Breed Spiko. With Issei. He was just watching as he was attacked by the wolf, but when the wolf got behind the god Loki they were both buried by a mouse, and then they saw that they were going to have a meeting to stop Loki. Chapter 25, The Battle with the God Loki. Once they sealed the god Loki they began to have a meeting between the leaders of the alliance. Azazel, well, how are we going to stop Loki? He said seriously. Odin, it seems that Loki does not want to stop those plans, he said seriously. Michael, but there is something we must stop, isn't it like that? He said calmly. Odin, of course I will just have to go to Asgard to get the hammer to seal it, he said seriously. Azazel, well, I'll have to go see how the others are doing, he said seriously as he gets up and leaves with the others, he said calmly. When the fallen one left the room and went directly to where the others were. Rias, what's going on? She said seriously. Azazel, they are looking for a way to stop Loki, he said calmly. Rias, let me go with Anna-sama, not with Surzex-sama, she said seriously. Azazel just looked at him for a while and decided to do what he asked. In the meeting room, you see the leaders with very serious faces. Surzex, so you want to stop Loki while he brings the hammer, huh? He said seriously. Rias, that's right, she said seriously. Seraphal, well, it seems that you are not the only one who wants to go, she said happily while looking back. Rias, Sona, she said surprised as she looked inside. Michael, since we are already in an alliance, I will send Shidu Irina, he said calmly. Irina, yes, leave it to me, she said determinedly. If his opponent is Loki, I guess I'll go too, she said seriously. Azazel, well, it's already decided, but there's something that needs to be done, he said seriously. Seraphal, what do you mean? She said confused. Azazel, that's right, I want Issei to go. We don't know if he will bring those creatures, he said seriously. Everyone remained silent, things that everyone accepted since everyone knew that Azazel was right, and when Azazel went to look for Issei he told Issei what he had to do, things that at first he refused, but what Azazel said made Issei remain silent. Azazel, tell me Issei, what happens if we send those girls to battle against Loki? But Loki may have those creatures that you know about, he said seriously. Issei, ha 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 ha, sigh, no matter what kind of training you put into him, it wouldn't be enough to battle that Loki guy, he said seriously. He won't last half an hour, he said seriously. Well, if he wants me to go then I'll take Ingvild, he said seriously while looking at Ingvild while she is looking at the flowers in the garden. Azazel, in fact, we were also thinking that Ingvild is going to go, he said seriously. After the talk with Azazel he went to the mouse Beelzebub to make the magic circle where they will go, and he said to wait for him in the courtyard. Beelzebub, well, I will prepare the magic circle, he said seriously. Well, before we go, I want to introduce myself to you. I am Odin-sama's personal Valkyrie. My name is Raswaisi, she said calmly. Mina, I didn't know you were going too, brother. We have to work together to win, she said happily. Issei, you're wrong. I'm not going to help you, I'm going to do other things, he said seriously. Mina, she feels sad for the words he said to her. Beelzebub, okay, that's it, so good luck, he said seriously. Surzex, take those phoenix tears, although they are few, they will be useful, he said seriously. Rias, thank you Oni-sama, she said calmly. It didn't take long for many to disappear from the courtyard and go to the place where Loki is sealed. When they arrived at that place everyone had a very serious look on their face. Rias, well, we have to buy time to stop Loki. She said it would be. Sona, here he comes, she said seriously. Loki, damn Beelzebub, and he also dares to send those children, he said seriously. Raswaisi, Loki, if you stop now Odin-sama will forgive you for the crimes you have committed, she said seriously. Loki, it is unforgivable that a god like him joins an alliance against these inferior beings, he said seriously. In this case they are playing with my children and my army. Issei, just as Pajara had said, he said seriously in his mind while activating his mark. Rias, what is that? She said surprised and scared. Issei, so they released the grey demons, he said seriously. Sona, grey demons, she said confused. Issei, they are demons stronger than the red and cobalt demons, he said seriously. All cobalt, she said confused. Issei, Jaya Sai, oh how do you know the blue demons, he said seriously. Well, Ingvild, you will come with me, we will go kill those demons, he said seriously with a smile with his mark activated. Ingvild, yes, she said seriously. Issei was the first to go towards the demons, but one person worries him. Raswaisi, hey wait, they are very strong, she said seriously. Issei, he didn't do it almost, and he went towards a red demon and made a horizontal cut causing the body to split into two pieces. The Valkyrie girl was speechless as she saw how she could easily kill. Rias, leave him alone, he can do it with her, she said seriously. We have to concentrate on that battle, she said seriously. Ingvild, take that ice fang, she said seriously while several fangs appear above Ingvild which attack the demons. This is how the battle went on. Irina and Valkyrie fought one of Fenrir's children. Minako and Kaneko fought the other son of Fenrir. Kiba and Zenobia fought Fafnir. Rias and Zona, Tsubaki and Akeno fought the dragon. And Issei and Ingvild fought the demons while the god Loki watched the children fight. Loki, they are good fighters, but that's still not enough, he said proudly. Issei, he just stared at Loki and then changed his gaze to Ingvild. Hey, go and help those useless people, he said seriously. Ingvild, yes, I'll help with the biggest dog, she said seriously. Ingvild goes straight to where Fenrir is and then sees that he is trapped in a mountain along with several swords that came out of the ground. Seriously, that is his fight, he said without believing it. With Kiba and Zenobia. They are concentrating on locking Fenrir down. Kiba is trapping Fenrir with the sword that came out of the ground and Zenobia is concentrating on attacking so that he doesn't get out by force. Kiba, damn, it's very strong, he said seriously. Zenobia, if he continues like this we won't be able to defeat him, she said tired. And besides, Irina, you shouldn't try hard since you're still a human, she said worried about her friend. Irina, look carefully, she said calmly as she concentrates and takes out white wings. Kiba, incredible, now she's an angel, he said surprised with Zenobia. Huh, what is that presence coming from behind me? He said with doubt, and when he looked back he saw that a ball of blue energy of destruction was coming from behind Kiba's back and he dodged it hard. Zenobia, be careful, desperate cry. Zenobia, she hears her friend scream and dodges it hard. What was that? She said confused as she looked at the attack she was directing at Fenrir, and it explodes along with the sword and the mountains that were nearby. They told him to fight and not play with the dog, she said seriously. Kiba/Zenobia. He noticed the voice and both turned around and saw Ingvild, they said surprised to see the destruction he caused. Zenobia, yes, of course, very good for destroying all that, and now how are we going to stop Fenrir, she said annoyed. Ingvild, shut up and watch how he fights, you idiot, she said seriously while raising her hand and the magic circle with the L symbol appears and begins to freeze the place where Fenrir was. Kiba, amazing, he said surprised. With Loki. Loki was furious as he watched how he killed the two sons of Fenrir, how he stopped Fenrir by slowly freezing him and how they left the copy Dragon King unconscious. Loki, how is it possible that those pathetic demons can fight like that? He said seriously and angry. Well, if that's what I want, take that, he said seriously while raising his hands to the sky and shot towards the sky. It didn't take a minute when the sky lit up and it fell as if it were raining, but it was magic causing some to be attacked and some not. Ingvild, idiot, they always want to come out all proud, she said not seriously as she saw Kiba and Zenobia lying on the ground under the attack while she covered herself with a magic circle. While it seems that the little dog is going to escape, she said surprised as she saw Fenrir escaping. After that attack everyone stood up with difficulty, and one broke the silence. Ross YC, yes, I understand, she said seriously. Thor's hammer has arrived. Security says Odin-sama that you use it, she said seriously. Loki, Thor's hammer, he said angrily and not believing it. Damn it, he shouted angrily and went straight to the hammer but was stopped by something on his feet. Saji, you're not going anywhere, he said proudly. Loki, shut up, he said furiously while throwing an attack causing his opponent to fall to the ground. Mina, well, I'll go grab the hammer. ARG. I can't grab the hammer anymore because Fenrir appeared to attack Mina. Wow, spits out blood. All Mina, shout in shock minus Issei and Ingvild. Ingvild, I take your guard down, she said disappointedly while holding her hand to her forehead and moving it from side to side. Ross YC, impossible. If the security fell, how will we stop it? She said with a face that said I'm defeated. Sona, be careful, there's only one left, she said seriously while watching Fenrir. Fenrir was the only one left alive, and then he tried to attack again, but out of nowhere some chains came out which caught Fenrir. Loki, who's there? He said seriously. We are the ones who caught Naya, she said calmly. Loki, damn you, die, she said angrily as she attacks but then sees that her attack was cancelled. Who else is this? She said angrily. My name is Arthur Pendragon, so I'm sorry God. Loki, we just wanted Fenrir, he said calmly. I'm sorry, but we have to go, she said calmly. Chiron, I can't go for you today, but another day I will, she said calmly while looking at her sister and retreating in a magic circle. Loki, TKS damn, he said angrily. Well die, he said proudly while throwing the attack towards the young demons. The Rias along with Sona and his entourage of Rias no longer had the strength to escape, so they decided to accept defeat while closing their eyes. But what they never imagined is that someone stood in their way. Full counter. They only heard that voice, and when they opened their eyes they saw that Issei returned the attack to Loki. Loki, he is surprised but did not react to dodge the attack, which was completely giving. Arg damn, he said angrily. Rias, Issei, you saved us, he said happily, thinking that he was already forgiven. Issei, shut up, I didn't save him because I wanted to, if it wasn't asked by the bird, he said seriously while looking at Loki. Ingvild, don't get involved, I'll take care of it, he said seriously. Ingvild, yes, take care of yourself, she said calmly. Loki, a human, you think you can stop me, he said angry and proud. Issei, he just stared at Loki until he made that mark appear. Let's begin, he said with a sinister smile. Loki, damn you die, angry scream while launching a magic attack. Issei just dodges and goes towards Loki, hitting him in the stomach. Loki, Wauea, spits blood, damn it, he said angrily as he takes out a sword made of magic and tries to cut Issei's chest. Issei, he just dodges and raises his arms, bringing his hands together to form a fist and hits Loki on the head, causing him to fall brutally. Loki gets up with difficulty and looks at Issei. Take that, he said angrily while throwing a lightning bolt. Issei dodges the attack and goes straight towards him and kicks him, causing him to fly towards a mountain, but before Loki touched the mountain, Issei appears again, but now behind Loki, and kicks him, causing him to fly to the sky, and appears again in the sky and punches him, causing him to fall to the ground, but before Loki touched the ground he appears again and punches him in the stomach, causing him to fall to a mountain, and Loki stays there. Everyone was surprised as they never thought that he could hit a god easily, while the Valkyrie is the one who does not get out of shock. Loki, how can it be that a god loses to a cursed human, he said angrily, very tired and having difficulty breathing, but then his face changes to fear since Issei was in front of him and more with the shadow that was behind Issei. Not only Loki saw him, but also the Valkyrie, which scared both of them. Issei just stares while putting his hand in front of Loki, causing a purple fire to come out. Loki feels a great chill from that fire. Wait, Issei, the mission was to stop Loki, not kill him, he said seriously while grabbing Issei's shoulder. Issei, if you want to keep your life, bird, take your hand off my shoulder, he said seriously while looking back. Azazel, come on, don't be like that, okay pugh, he couldn't finish his sentence as someone hit him, causing him to fall brutally to the ground. Oh, that really hurt a lot, he said harshly as he stood up and his face was already swollen. Issei, I warned you to, he no longer finished his sentences as out of nowhere a strong tremor came out. Pog. Everyone looked at a place where a tower of light came out. Issei, that power is impossible. Who is the man who dared to release the 10 Commandments? Chapter 26. We will take advantage of our last days of vacation. Once Issei defeated Loki, everyone returned safely until some were surprised. Zerzek, Azazel, what happened to you? He said curiously as he saw the fallen man with his face all swollen. Azazel, that's nothing, he said with a little pain from the blow that he received. Michael, also, what was that tremor that happened? He said curiously. Azazel, it's true that it will be that, he said curious. You know something, Issei, he said calmly. Issei, no, I don't know, maybe it's an earthquake like the human world, he said seriously. Damn you, who is it that released the 10 Commandments, and what's more, who the hell was it that attracted them here in that world? He said angrily in his mind. Ingvild, I just saw Issei angry. Azazel, well, since they've already arrested Loki, it's better that they go and take advantage of their last day of vacation, he said with a mocking smile. Everyone went to their places. Citrus went to his office while being pulled by his queen while crying, and the Gremry went to their rooms to rest to wait for a new day. The next day. All the Gremry and Citri groups along with Issei and Ingvild were in front of the Gremry and Citri Patriarch along with the Maus Citrus and Seraphil. Rias, we have to go, she said calmly. Malicious, here you go, and Rias, he said a little sad. Graphia, she has to go back to her study, she said calmly. Militia, if it's okay, Okasan, he said a little sadly. All Okasan said surprised those who didn't know, less those who knew less about Ingvild and Issei who didn't care about them. After they said goodbye, everyone got on the train to go to their respective homes. In another place in the underworld minutes before the earthquake, a land with almost no trees was seen, while a deep place was seen beneath the earth. The clasp that embraces, and the binding kiss, the place begins to shine. Freeze those you have enslaved, the bright drops that contain the power of the goddesses release the chains that bind the demonic beings from the eternal void of all oblivion of the eternal dream disappears sacred curse, he said calmly while the glow of the light disappeared and 10 unknown leftovers came out. Someone removed the seal, he said seriously. Who are you? She said seriously. So you are the famous 10 Commandments, he said with joy. Seeing your power level you are a human, he said seriously. Something like that, but I am more than human, I am a magician, the magician that demons worship, he said happily. Who are you? He said seriously. My name is, he said calmly. I don't feel the presence of giant fairies, humans and goddesses, she said bored. Maybe they became extinct, he said calmly while lightly pulling his mustache. It is not in the world where you come from, he said calmly making the commandments call his attention. I have brought it to another world, that is, my world, he said calmly. I never heard that there was another world apart from ours, he said calmly. Well, since you got us out of the seal of the goddess clan, we'll do what you want, he said seriously. Okay, follow me, we'll go somewhere, he said calmly. After some conversations, the 11 people left in a magic circle with Issei. And he was on the train while he was looking at the town. Issei, Jum, that place is more striking than our world is more. I think that the 10 Commandments will not lose the fun, he said in the serious mind. A few hours passed until I reached the human world and then everyone went to their respective houses. Ingvild, ha ha ha, I was already missing home, she said while stretching out on the couch. Issei, I'll make food if you want, go take a bath, he said seriously. Ingvild, yes. Without wasting time he went to his room to look for clothes to put on after the shower and went straight to the bathroom. I wonder if Issei-san is seeing me as someone of interest or as a partner, he said a little sad while taking off his clothes and getting into the tub. Ha 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 ha, I'm so tired, he said while enjoying it, but at the moment of enjoying it she remembers something from her childhood. Memory of Ingvild. There were 2 people sitting on the sand. A young man sitting and a girl sitting between the young man's legs. Otusan, a question, she said calmly. Tell me, my girl, he said happily. How was he before Okasan when they met? He said with doubt. Ha 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 ha, he made a forced smile while remembering how he met his wife. He remembered the times she was serious and cold and things that she tried to kill the young man. Your mother was a serious person and she took things seriously, he said calmly. Then I have to fall in love with a serious guy, she said with doubt. Is surprised by what she said? Ha ha ha, no, of course it doesn't have to be forced with a serious guy, she said with a smile. It's more that you should remember those words in your heart, that is what will say if he is the right person. In other words, when you feel like a butterfly in your chest, he said calmly while touching his daughter's chest, that is what shows that you are in love with him. In order to confess it you have to know him well and then with time you tell him that you like him. In other words, you have to say like this, I like you a lot, I wish you were my boyfriend, and the guy is the one who will answer yes or no, but if you say no it is because he was not the person destined to be by your side, but if you say yes then he is the person destined to be by your side, and that would form almost an inseparable love, she said happily. She was just listening to what her dad was saying while showing a smile. End of memory. Ingvild Otusan, she said sadly as she looked at the water reflecting her face. Issei was cooking while he felt something bothering him. Issei, because I feel uncomfortable when I'm alone, said in mind. Ingvild, I'm here, Issei-san, he said happily. Issei, okay, let's eat, he said not seriously. Issei and Ingvild went to eat, but their meal is interrupted by a magic circle. Azazel, he said calmly while raising his hand. Issei, Azazel, what do you want? He said seriously. Azazel, well, I've come to talk about something very important, he said seriously. Ingvild, what will it be about? She said calmly. Azazel, well, why don't you eat while I explain to you, he said calmly while sitting down. To start, a demon has arrived at the Rias Club and is trying to take Asia, he said seriously. Issei stops eating while looking at Azazel with a serious face. Azazel, but what makes me strange is that this Diodora has a very strange presence. What's more, Vali told Minako about the warning of this Diodora, and also Rias didn't take it very seriously, he said seriously. I'm going to let it continue like this in order to complete the evidence that Diodora is a traitor. A member of Kao's brigades, he said seriously. Ingvild, and when will it be? She said calmly. Azazel, today in the afternoon, so I would like you to go since I don't know if he will also bring the red and blue demons, he said seriously. Issei, okay, we will be attentive, he said seriously. Azazel, fine, I'm leaving, he said calmly. Ingvild, do you think that's true? She said calmly. Issei, I don't know, we'll just wait, he said not seriously. Once Azazel left the Issei house and Ingvild prepared to go to that battle that was about to happen. On the other hand, Rias and her entourage were transported to the place where the game was supposed to take place, but then they realized that they fell into a trap. Diodora appears in front of Rias and takes Asia by force while she flees to the castle. Rias wanted to attack, but the Norse god Odin intervenes and told her to go rescue her friend, and they went to rescue her, but when they arrived at their battlefield, Diodora separated them between queen and bishops against kings and their knight, and the others are battling against their opponents who were Queen of Diodora. TKS, damn it, stop playing and fighting, she said angrily. Yeech, she said surprised as a shadow appeared above Rias and Akeno and ran towards her and players. It was none other than Issei who appeared and cut off the head of the Queen of Diodora and then headed towards the bishops and gave them a horizontal cut, causing the bishops to be split in two. Issei, they are really slow, he said seriously with an evil smile while loading his sword with blood. Elsewhere in the battle, the Gremry group was fighting slowly as they were more than they imagined. Zenobia, damn, you're annoying, she said seriously. Mina, at least if we knew how to stop her, she said harshly. But then some ice spikes come out, causing all the Diodora pieces to die. They are really slow to stop them, she said calmly. All Ingvild-san, she said surprised. Once they defeated the Diodora pieces, everyone went to a place where they agreed to meet. Chapter 27, The Attack of Traitorous Demons. Once he defeated the entourage of the traitor demon Diodora, Issei and Ingvild along with Rias and his entourage entered a building where he met again with the Freed. Yeah, we meet again, he said with a smile. Mina, once again you might be the missing piece of Diodora, she said it would be. Freed, ha, no, I ate it, he said with a mocking face while sticking out his tongue. Kaneko, it's true that guy stopped being human, she said with disgust. Mina, bring us back to Asia, she said seriously. Freed, ha, that brat doesn't know that she was taken out of the church by a demon, he said with a mocking smile. Zenobia, what do you mean? She said seriously. Freed, in the church a nun who was cared for by other nuns, there was a demon that the nuns liked, and the entourage were also nuns. If that demon was Diodora, he hurt himself so that the stupid nun would cure him, and then he killed those who were around her, and which I label as a witch, ha, he said with a mocking smile. Mina, yes you will be, she said seriously before launching and is stopped. Kiba, I'll take care of it, he said seriously while grabbing his shoulder. The Gremry Knight was going to attack, but he didn't go because a shadow passed next to him. Freed, why you damn, he said seriously and annoyed while looking at Issei with his big sword with blood showing that he gave him a cut in his stomach. Issei, your voice bored me, he said seriously and cold. Mina, that bastard, how dare you play with Asia's feelings, she said angrily while watching Diodora laughing. Diodora, ha, she said with a mocking smile. Asia, she was crying while being tied up. Mina, you're going to be a dam, she screamed angrily as she transformed into a balance breaker and launched herself. Diodora. He just puts his hand out to stop the blow and then launches a power of destruction causing Mina to fly. They are so weak, he said bored. Issei. He just launched himself towards Diodora. Diodora raises his hand and makes a barrier. Issei. He just crashed but he didn't stop yet, and he raised his sword and made a vertical cut and the barrier was destroyed. Diodora, what? He said surprised. Issei. He goes straight to Diodora and hits her in the stomach. Diodora, cry of pain from the blow. Issei. He punches him causing him to fall brutally to the ground. Diodora, I can't believe it, I, a pure-blooded demon, am being defeated by a simple, damned human, he said angrily. Issei. He just walks and hits him, causing Diodora to fall unconscious. And then he goes towards Asia and with his sword he cuts what is holding Asia. Asia, thank you very much Issei-san, she said happily. Issei. He didn't say anything and turns around to go where Ingvild is but a voice stops him. Asia, wait, I want to pray, she said calmly. Everyone waited for Asia, including Issei and Ingvild, but when Asia was praying, a tower of light appeared and then shined, blinding everyone's eyes. When they opened their eyes, they realized that she was no longer there, and a green symbol appeared. Mina, Saya, she said with fear. Zenobia, because, he said annoyed. Kaneko/Gasper, Asia-senpai, she said in disbelief. So Diodora's was defeated, he said seriously. Rias, who are you? She said it would be. So that's the sister of the fake mouse Rias Gremry, he said seriously. My name is Shalba, descendant of the mouse Beelzebub, he said seriously. Everyone was surprised because in front of him was a direct descendant of a mouse Beelzebub. Shalba, so you are Ingvild Leviathan, daughter of Kono Leviathan, he said seriously. Ingvild, how do you know my mother? She said seriously. Shalba, come with us, we have to fight for our throne, which belongs to us, he said seriously. Ingvild, she starts to get upset, because he always bothers us with that damn throne. Because of that arrogance they took away from me the most precious thing for me, she said annoyed. Shalba, I see you are just like your stupid mother, he said seriously. Ingvild gets upset by the way I talk about his mother and walks away with his sword in both hands. Issei, hey Ingvild, wait, he said seriously. Ingvild, he ignored him and attacked Shalba, but then he was shocked. Shalba, a half-human and half-demon, do you think she can defeat a pure-blood demon? He said seriously while stopping Ingvild's attacks. It's time for you to die, he said seriously while attacking him. Ingvild falls to the ground and loses consciousness. Issei was going to go where Ingvild was but a voice stopped her. Jujujujuju, you look like you're having fun at Issei, he said in a dark voice while the whole room could be heard clearly. Issei, that voice, it's you, he said seriously, but he couldn't finish the sentences. Cocoon of darkness, she said calmly while catching Issei. Everyone is surprised since that thing that caught Issei is the same color as Issei's wings. Zenivia, damn where you sent Asia, she said annoyed. Shalba, she? I sent her to the dimensional gap in a few words, she's already dead, he said seriously. Everyone was upset and Rias gets angry along with Akeno, but then lowers her power when she sees that Mina was expelling power. Drake, Rias Gremry, take the Leviathan girl and get out of there everyone, he said seriously through the gem. Kiba, I'll carry it right away, he said calmly, but inside he was upset about the loss of his friend. Drake, your demon who is there said that he calls you Shalba, but you made a wrong decision, he said seriously. After Drake said that, Mina began to lose control, causing everyone to be surprised, and they see Mina transforming into a dragon and then finishing transforming. She expels more power, causing the building to be destroyed, and begins to attack Shalba. But she could not finish her attack since the white dragon appeared to weaken her, causing Mina to react, and the leaders also arrived, saying that she had a very bad feeling. Sirzex, where is Issei? He said seriously. Rias, Issei is trapped in that darkness, she said, worried. Azazel, we have to help him get it out, he said seriously. The leaders were going to help get Issei out, but he was stopped because some terrorist groups came out. Asmodeus, I won't let you pass, he said seriously. Boy, did they really beat you up, Diodora, he said seriously as he watched them leave the circle. Diodora, shut up. Well, before you leave, fake mouse, I'll tell you what your sister was doing secretly, he said with a mocking smile. Azazel, well, it seems that we have a lot of problems, he said seriously. Michael, it seems we have to get rid of them, he said seriously. Serzex, what do you mean, Diodora, he said seriously. Diodora, why don't you see those circles that I made? He said with a mocking smile while taking out a magic circle. Ingvild, she is inconvenienced by the attack that Shelba gave her, but then she feels someone touching her cheeks. Come on, Ingvild, don't stay sleeping for so long, you have someone by your side, wake up and fight alongside him. Didn't you say that to the young man? He said with a calm voice while touching his cheek. You have become more beautiful, my girl, he said calmly. Ingvild, she opens her eye a little, and the only thing she could see was a woman with purple hair who wakes up suddenly and gets up, causing the knight who was holding Ingvild to receive a blow to the nose from the headbutt. Okasan, she said in her mind while looking for him from one side to the other, but she realizes that there was no one else but the Gremry knight who was rubbing his nose, but then she changes her gaze to the sky where a circle appeared. Everyone was watching what that was until 4 people's skin and blood ran cold. Video. A child was seen crying while trying not to scream because of the pain that was hanging full of wounds, and then you see him open the door and a girl with red hair comes out. Her name was Rias, who was carrying a whip. Issei, please leave me alone, the brown-haired boy begged. Rias, tell me why you don't shut up, she said angrily while hitting him with the whip without caring about the blood that splashed towards her. The Gremry family / entourage, they froze at Rias' behavior. Venelana, now I understand why he always went to the human world, she said in disbelief while holding back tears. Video. The scene changes and the same brown-haired boy appears again, but now he was upside down, and below him was a tub of water, and next to him was a black-haired girl whose name was Sona and a red-haired girl. Issei, please leave me alone, the brown-haired boy begged. Sona, tell me, slave, don't you think that the world is cruel? Those without power are useless, said the black and white girl. Rias, those who are strong survive and those who are weak die easily like you, said the red-haired girl as she lowered the lever, causing the brown-haired boy to fall into the water and begin to drown a little, and then raised the lever, causing the boy to take out. Chestnut, cough cough, he was breathing quickly. The Citri family / entourage were terrified by Sona's behavior. Video. The scene changes and shows the brown-haired boy sitting on the floor while one of his feet is tied with a chain, and then 4 people appear who were brown-haired. 2 were his ex-father, and one of them was his ex-sister Minako along with his ex-childhood friend Irina. Itana, how boring you are, she said, bored. Mina, here's your food, dog, she said seriously while throwing her food at him. Irina, she was just crying while regretting. How I regret, forgive me, Issei, she said crying. Michael, I saw that in his heart he was sorry, but I didn't think about his sins, he said, disappointed and sad. Ingvild, she was covering her mouth while crying. I can't believe it, Issei-san's childhood is crueler than I thought, she said in her mind while crying. Some were surprised by the behavior of those 2 demons until one broke the silence. Azazel, but what is happening? What is that evil presence? He said, scared. Michael, where does such an evil presence come from, full of thirst for revenge and blood? He said, scared. Tannen, from there, he said seriously while looking at the cocoon of darkness. Everyone get away, it's going to explode, he shouted desperately while they retreated further from there, even the enemies. Boom. Everyone is scared because that cocoon had exploded and a person was seen standing. Odin, what the hell is going on? He said in disbelief. Zeodicus, but what power is it, even like Cerzek's power? He said without believing it, and inside he was angry since according to him a human stronger than his son. Issei, Ararg, he crouches down and stands up screaming, AAHH, he screamed while being covered in a storm of darkness. Rival/Revel. The two of them were scared since the image that came to their mind when Issei told them about the red and blue demons. Everyone was shaking in fear as the sky darkened and the storm of darkness that covered Issei disappeared and a very terrifying image came out for them. Jejejej, he said with an evil smile. Also, everyone was more scared with that appearance that he has.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.